Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は319日目です。It is day 319. We've shifted our schedule. Hopefully I can keep this up maybe slightly an hour earlier as well. Let's see. So that means we're in front of this set right here. It's about 3 p.m. local time. And this will be shifted to tomorrow, right? Which then our level up day would be the day after. So it's one of those every 6th day as opposed to 5th day. This is our second half of our thing, which would probably be slot in somewhere down here. Or even the following day, but it'll be in the morning. So I think our schedule works out that way. I have to do these adjustments, these shift adjustments, like every 3 or so months, sort of. Maybe like anywhere from 2 to 3 months depending on how the drift is, which is to accommodate WaniKani's choice of not being able to schedule start times, right? And finish times constantly drift. Personally, from like a psychological manner and a habit formation, I think that's not a great idea. Or not having the flexibility to offer that as a choice to constantly offset or buffer the start time, because finishing might be like reasonable, but starting is also very important for habit formation. One has to start before it ends. Hello there, Brie. I'm actually explaining why today. WaniKani has they cycle reviews based on finish time, not on starting time. So after a while, you have to shift the schedule back early, like every month or so. So unlike, Duolingo and maybe other learning apps, they tend to be based on the nearest starting time, or they tend to be independent of starting time. Starting time is at the choice of the person a lot of times. But WaniKani, that's how Anki and their SRS thing works, where it's based on your finish time. Yeah. So that's one of the downsides. I think having the option to set a start time independent of a finish time would alleviate both type of schedules. But because my stream time is kept constant, because I do believe start times and finish times are very important, but I argue that start times are potentially even more important than finish times. Obviously, this is dependent on the activity, but in this case, I would say study when you're intentionally and intentfully have control over your study habits. Those are one of the activities that having intent is a bonus. Dependent on your finish, that's less of a bonus because it's less controllable. Like how well your study sessions go should not be paramount, should not affect how consistently you start. Sleeping is a great example where when you finish, like how you finish, or when you quote unquote finish, is important. Like getting up at the same time, but remember, going to sleep at similar times is also part of the equation. And WaniKani does the thing where they believe that learning is like asymmetrical, where, oh yeah, so if you have reviews around this time, then you just wait for the next day. That creates asynchronous, and it allows inconsistency. That's kind of like if you're going to the gym, okay, well today is a little bit wobbly, I'm just gonna skip going to the gym, right? They're both very important. So having both examples, being able to intentionally decide when your start time is and trying to finish at a very consistent time is also quite important. However, learning is one of those things where I think it leans closer to the starting time than the ending time. Ending time usually becomes like, if you keep saying it ends at a specific time, then your brain kind of just checks out at the same time too. A great example would be kind of like classrooms, where when it gets close to the end of the class, people turn their brains off earlier and earlier because it's getting closer and closer to the end time. But when you have a adequate start time, that start time is the intent that you must have, and it's probably the more difficult thing to do when it comes to learning. At when you decide to start and you begin the session is probably one of the toughest. And for habit formation, starting at the same time over time, so like over time you get accustomed to that start time, that alleviates the difficulty originally. So the first day is going to feel like garbage. Like, I'm going to try to project and empathize with kids. You know, summer vacation's over, you get into class, the first day is going to feel like garbage. And the second day feels a little less. Third, fourth, fifth, largely because the start time is the same. That's what creates some of the comfortness of regularity, despite having dysfunctional timing everywhere else. And I think that's where, in my opinion, SRS, or maybe the way WaniKani's SRS, because I think this is not true about something we're going to start soon in 2026, where you can set a time despite when your finish time is, right? It's the nearest. HanziHero is every 24 hours. So it's at the very same time every 24 hours. Regardless of how much you finish, it's going to ante up to the same threshold. And then the items will be whatever you had left over plus whatever is coming. And it's a fixed volume in a sense of every day's daily refresh. So that creates a buffer zone and it keeps someone regular. And that's kind of how it feels, despite me having to do WaniKani at an asymmetrical way and then HanziHero as it. So right now, this is our usual shift. I pretty much have done this usual shift for 10 times now, roughly 10 times. I would say every 3 to a month is when I have to shift 3 hours again because of finish time. And I still am off by an hour or two, so we'll still keep. I mean, a scheduler is fine. This is what the schedulers are for, so we're trying to schedule around that. It does put a wrench in a lot of things, in terms of scheduling things. You saw the drawing? Oh yeah, yeah. It's nice that you have fan art. That I finished early yesterday, Danny. So I was like, yeah, you know what? We can draw something in the background. I don't usually do things in the background, but yesterday, was it yesterday? No, the day before. Did I on? No, I didn't. That was like me having some spare time watching Midnight Diner and other things while doing that. I figure I'd do one just to see what it's like. Yeah. I think I more or less did what I think American cartoons do most of the time. Or like American adult, like American family cartoons do. Your usual stuff. And then I added a little bit of my own coloring things. So you can tell that I did the coloring and stuff because that's how I render most things. It wasn't too bad. It was like 2.5 hours ish. About the normal amount of time. Yeah. Anyways, this shouldn't take too long. I was currently explaining why the earlier time. Yeah. And this will be the normal start time, or an hour earlier, maybe, for another 3 weeks until WaniKani drifts all the way back into the later days again. Maybe I'll try to come up with a different strategy here. Also, Bree, I don't know if you're still here. I was curious, since you're gonna have to work soon, right? Like in a I think it's in less than a week. I know this is short notice, but was there any chance you were going to like do some progressive fitness or stamina training for your future position? Like, I don't know if you're ever try to maybe do some persistent stamina training with like stepping up or something. Like, I imagine you might have some sort of stairs or block or something, and maybe it's a thing that came to mind when I remember I had to start working on my like stamina for running, where I started very, very light, and that can be very rehabilitating, where, you know, each day you step up onto a block or something for 1 or 2 times, then tomorrow you try to do 3, but ultimately the idea is you kind of lean in and slowly try to build your stamina on your feet. And oftentimes you'll get ready for work. It was nice waking up to a masterpiece. No worries. Yeah, take care, Danny. Good luck with work. I'm glad you're feeling good enough to go back to work, Danny. Stay safe and healthy as well. You've been working on standing for longer periods, but that's all you've really done. And yes, you're supposed to start this coming Sunday. Okay. Yeah, I look forward to some more of your studies, Danny. Yeah, that Instagram sketch thing, it's gotta be great. You gotta put more posts, more sketch posts. Maybe I liked your sketch Instagram idea, so I did a render of my own because you decide to post something like that. It's a good idea. Great idea to keep yourself consistent. You've been working on standing for a longer time? Yeah, so I know this might not sound like vastly different. However, oftentimes stamina can be really great, but it can work against you if it can. Static standing and whatnot can work against you with having more stamina but less like less kind of sufficient strength training. So oftentimes when I was running, like, I was pretty terrible on my feet, honestly. There are staircases outside, right? So I usually take the one step here. The first step, you know, there's a long staircase, but I would usually take one step, like 1 foot, like left foot up, then right foot, then left foot down, then right foot. And I would do, like, I would start very fine. Like, even for myself, I start with 10 steps, right? Just 1, right? And then back down, then 2. And this was a great way to slowly add a lift. And the thing I'm talking about, why am I talking about step ups? The thing about step up is when you're walking and you're standing, the idea is you want to normalize slightly a bigger movement, in my opinion. Largely because then you have buffer room. You have like a spacer between your lowest amount of engagement versus your highest potential engagement. And we're not talking about things where you're jumping to thousands of things, but this is more of a quality. In my opinion, this is more in the mindset of a dynamic stretch movement, not so much it's to promote mobility over like strength. But generally speaking, having a block or something, it's one of those things where you've probably seen representations of people who are getting older and older. Like if you have people getting older as well as people who have increasingly limited movement, this is usually something that is very time efficient, so it doesn't kind of drag on the mind while being very, very easily regulated and tracked, so that it's kind of like it takes the convenience of weightlifting to make it into like a digestible thing. Stamina training often can lead to like longer utility of the body, so oftentimes when you're combining a little half and half, it can like wane less mentally while also being very adjustable. You've been doing stretching and walking in place, but you do have a knee injury at the moment. I see. Nothing too serious, but that's just another thing working against you at the moment. Yeah. So I imagine there is going to be knee weakness and whatnot. This is probably, in my opinion, you're like, if oftentimes people work at their least amount, like they usually work here, and then those who like believe they really need to get their act together, they work overload, which is not as great in my opinion as well. And I feel step ups is kind of in between. So overload would be something like suddenly going for long walks or even jogging immediately. And then the lease is to put in like static holding, where it involves being static most of the time. And then step ups are pretty, like I did step ups in between when I was running, so I tend to be here most of the time. I don't do these anymore, but I thought about it every time I climb stairs. One of those things that it can build the support muscles around knee joints and your ankles, which standing position in neutral tend not to do as much. And when you have to do quite a lot of this at the expense of building stamina, and oftentimes people actually have quite a lot of stamina, so kind of have lots of stamina, not as much supportive strength to promote that stamina. So oftentimes when I think about people who have progressively discouraging physical fitness, they tend to not have supportive muscles but still continue to use their stamina, and that creates, in my opinion, over time, like wear, like over wear. So kind of like when someone's running, right? When someone's running, they can run a lot longer, like a lot longer than their muscles can support over time. So over time, it would create like shin splints, at least in my opinion. This is not like physical. I don't actually have like physiological, I'm not a physical therapist, but the idea is I often think that the support muscles, like the way your muscles can handle impact and movement, is kind of separate from how much stamina you have. Some people can walk a really long time because they have the stamina to do so. That doesn't necessarily mean they won't end up getting shin splints and like ankle weaknesses and knee knee wear and tear on them, because it doesn't make up for form, like your ability to maintain that motion. So I've had shin splints before, and some ankle stiffness, and an imbalance of the knees, despite having the stamina to do so. So you can have the stamina to run a marathon. That doesn't mean you're protected from the weakness in your joints. So oftentimes, one thing that can get neglected in pretty much anyone is overestimating how much, like, if you have sufficient strength around your joints, despite being very have the ability to constantly be active. And I've often found this out when it happens, like most people, where when you start developing shin splints, ankles, knee weakness, despite feeling good enough to go, oftentimes that is a property of strength and mobility problems versus having the stamina to, like, be up on your feet all the time. My mother kind of struggles with that quite a lot since she's on her feet most of the time, but she doesn't do any form of, like, basal foundational strength training, so her knees and ankles are pretty much, like, very weak and unprotected regardless of how long she can stand in days. Still remember those days where I liked to stand a lot, but I'm no longer that young, and knee weakness, ankle weakness tends to come into play. So in this case, when you're doing, like, step ups and stuff, it's actually less is more situation, because what you can potentially gain physically with 10 steps ups would be like hours of standing, largely because there might be a lack of flex, mobility, and strength around your joints. I don't know. It's something that came to mind, but yes, I hope your future, I hope Sunday isn't too brutal, right? So this coming Sunday, you say? What we're talking about in like 3 days-ish? You've been doing... I'm glad to hear that you've been doing some stretching and walking in place. Walking in place is great. High knees, so like when I was trying to get up to running, I was not in running shape when I first started. You know, trying to slowly raising your knees, right? Deliberately kicking up your knees and then lowering down, like a slow motion, like constantly trying to raise your knees a little bit. That's a great way. And you can stay on your feet less, but increase the movement. That's a way to save time while also gaining, like, a disproportionate gain for your time, so to speak. So being able to kind of increase your movements over time, as opposed to increasing the amount of time, to give benefits where trying to endure may not. Nothing too serious, but that's just another thing. Yeah, the knee injury. I don't know what the nature of your knee injury, but hopefully it's something that is able to be strengthened, at least mitigated, with progressively varied movements while you try to maintain your job, right? But this thought came to my mind, and I forgot to mention it yesterday when you stopped by, where I was kind of curious what your timing is like. Largely, these things will take, I would say, a conservative 2 or 3 weeks beforehand, but adding that one extra step up is a great motivator, and also they tend to be time savers compared to doing much longer prep work or walking and whatnot. And it's for confined spaces. So I was specifically thinking about confined spaces. I did step ups instead of going outside to walk, largely because, well, my apartment is somewhere, and walking out at night is kind of not great. So oftentimes you can find, if you can find a box that supports your weight, and then stepping up as carefully as possible. You can even have like things to support you. Nowadays, to like strengthen my knees without spending hours walking, I typically grip onto whatever I have, and I would try to slowly bend myself down, see if there's any weakness in the movement, and then bend myself up. But having 2 chairs and stuff where you can slowly try to like bend your knees while going back and up is a great way to try to improve the stability around your knee. And obviously all of this stuff could be properly handled with a physical therapist, right? Unless it's some irreparable injury. Although those types of movements can still be mitigated with rehabilitation to some extent. My thought, obviously, is that if you're going to have to do this, you're going to have to work, and that's in your imminent future. Spacing out a movement like this would likely, like, almost certainly improve your experience. That is inevitable, right? And having that could make one feel a lot better mentally, as well as potentially physically. Just thought that was something on my mind when I was walking up the stairs. I think about stair walking all the time because I walk up and down the stairs like 6 or 7 times a day. So that's one of those things where your place of living, the way your environment is, could dramatically normalize activity that will promote regular movement, that can help with one's lifestyle. All right, get back into this. Shouldn't take that long. Shouldn't.
So
Mazushi.
不適
I used to do this with other people. Like, what I mean is, if I was like with someone or we were in person-to-person contact, we would be like accountability partners for each other, right? Having some sort of accountability partner or a coworker or a friend or family member to do these really short 3 to 4 hour habit formation, they become like clockwork over time. Like running sounds like a big deal initially, right, for 5 minutes, but then it kind of fades away immediately. I want to impart on the idea, much like relating to the WaniKani situation and my stream start time. This is what I mean by having the intent of starting something and meeting a volume requirement that you set yourself up for. That can both mentally and physically return quite a lot. And one of them is to find some sort of incentive to engage in the activity in the process of doing so. Like, for example, in order for me to get to the kitchen, I have to walk up a flight of stairs. And because of that, that motion, it becomes the minimum amount of point of reference for activity. And in order to stream, I have to run 5 minutes, or 5 minutes in order for stream to happen. So these type of things really is hard to describe analytically, but definitely do not underestimate. Like, humans should not underestimate their ability to normalize a new level of activity. provided that you can provide enough mental stimulation and motivation in it. Be it someone being happy to hear that you were able to do, 5 steps a day, then 6, 7. That's kind of what physical therapists, the other part of having a physical therapist and or a personal trainer, I feel that is very underrepresented. Having physical therapists and or a personal trainer, or even having an accountability partner like a coworker who goes to work out with you and whatnot, it's uncalculable how useful that is to have someone like that, especially someone in person, right? Like if they're gonna do it, you're gonna go with them to do it, and then vice versa. And obviously that's something that I feel you do not have a lot of privilege in, considering how often you share your stories. It feels like it would be really wonderful to hear that a support system, or the beginnings of a support system, is available to you sometime, despite the work, like having to start to work and whatnot. So I kind of look forward to hearing, fingers crossed, that you'll meet people that form a new form of support system. And yeah. My replacement toothbrush heads came in, and my extra Brita water filters. Most exciting parts of my life is buying necessities. I don't know how other people feel. Yeah. Every 3 or 4 months I get to decide what to buy, and usually they're necessities. So we got some. I'm excited about these because Oral-B things are really expensive, but it seems like since the last time I bought, which you buy like a pack of 3 or something, it seems like I wonder, other people decide to start manufacturing replacements at a fraction of the cost. That's kind of nice. So it kind of cut. The exciting part about these things is I bought 8 of these and they cost like 1/4. I'm fine with what quality they have, but apparently they're really nice, which is fun, right? And then we bought more Brita water filters. Unfortunately, these are still quite expensive. Brita only Brita makes these, so that's fine. And then I recently bought a new shampoo and conditioner set. I think it was called Native. Very cost effective. Looked at the ingredients. Really nice. Here's one thing. That's kind of nice to have a perk of when you understand like sort of chemistry and how it interacts with things. You can read labels pretty well. So we bought this new conditioner set, shampoo and conditioner set that is a fraction of the cost too. And then smell is obviously up to preference. It's coconut and vanilla, but that's besides the point. Most exciting parts of my life when it comes to spending money. Oh, you use Native too, especially their deodorant. You react to a lot of deodorants, but Native is one that haven't. Yes, it's quite limited. Like what I mean is the ingredients that they have functionally is what they say. They're trying to stray away from common interactions. So I think that's perfectly sufficient. As long as the content itself have some form of surfactant that is not quite harsh, right? That's all you really need. Like how the chemistry of our hair follicles and stuff is far more rudimentary than how the hair care and beauty, hair care and beauty, makeup, skincare industry would let you to believe. However, there is reactions. So you do have genetic reactions sometimes, like dermatitis and whatnot. So oftentimes, if you're able to find a product that strays away from common skin and dermatological interactions, and then at a fraction of the cost, it's probably pretty good. And then smell and stuff is up to personal preference. Achieving that smell can sometimes attract more of those reactants, but generally speaking, a typical surfactant is great, and if you don't have any reactions, you can pretty much use anything that's a surfactant in general, and your body will be able to handle it. Usually it's your diet and the things you consume and how well you take care of yourself that impacts like your hair health and all that, what is in your body. And then the rest is like pick a pleasant smell, right, that gives you nice mental clarity, something very affordable and accessible, and then especially not reactant to your skin. So I'm excited. I buy shampoo and conditioner like half a year. It takes like 6 months. So that's now we're in the same gang. And you use Brita too. Yeah, Brita is the most like cheapest to reach the quality. We're not going for like luxury reverse osmosis machines here. There's a Brita pitcher, but I bought like the elite filters just to get rid of potential leading, and that's really not that substantially more expensive than your standard. Your new favorite scent is blood orange and clove. I have no idea what that smells like. Like, I'm gonna tell you now, my ability to connect how you say cleaning fragrances with their description is like that kind of sounds like a male stereotype, if you know what I mean. Like most of the time, what is the male scent? Musk, whatever that is. Like I've been using what is this thing called? People like this, so I was trying it out and it works really well. It's just very expensive. What is it called? Starts with an end. It was on Amazon and I thought I'd give it a try. I like finances is not the only determining factor. Just I like experimenting to some limited degree. It starts to like, hold up, let me find it. Nizoro or something, like I don't know how to pronounce that, but Nizoro, it's like it's an anti-dandruff shampoo with 1%. I just like what people said about it, so I wanted to try it out. And its scent is pretty much like scented, like your classic musky scented mint like thing. So it's been a while. I bought the standard coconut vanilla, but native does have these fun little smells. Like cucumber and mint sounds very interesting, so maybe in the future I'll try different scents. Blood orange and clove, I'm not entirely sure what that smells like. I don't think I have an aversion to any particular smell in mind. Do you have any aversion to particular smells? I find most things smelling alright. Probably the thing that could distract me is if the smell is too strong. Like the intensity could be too much, but generally speaking, scents in general I find relatively pleasant for the most part. Like skin and hair care products tend to have agreeable scents. The intensity is probably where I could possibly draw some line, where cucumber and mint, for example, could smell really great, but if it's too intense, like I smell like a skunk with that smell, then that's pretty much my job line. But I haven't very much encountered a scent in which I'm like utterly repulsed by it, despite it being pleasant to someone else. Honestly, it really just orangey and citrusy. Okay, smelling. The only scent you're generally not a fan of are very, oh, florally scents. Interesting. I might, yeah, no, I feel you on that. Like, let's say like heavy lavender, heavy rose, heavy like florally things too. Same here. I like fruity smells. Citrus is definitely my wheelhouse. And then I'm okay with like coconut and vanilla are sort of the closest florally scents that are pretty stock, because vanilla tends to be slightly floral, since vanilla is one of those. And then coconut is technically fruit, but it has that florally constitution a lot of times. But I do definitely on the side of fruits. Fruits are nice, and citrus is definitely a nice touch. I don't mind mint. Mint is technically supposed to be a floral component, so anything like musty mint, like neutral smelling, is okay too. It's largely dealing with the intensity. I don't want to end up smelling like a garden. You know, you walk around and it smells like, oh yep, that's that guy who's wearing a proverbial garden on top of his head. No, not quite that. But most of the stuff advertised for men and whatnot tend to be very neutral, musky smelling, so they're largely very mild. Usually it's airing around the like kind of musk meets vanilla. You think the blood orange scent is really new though, so it's only available in deodorant right now. Oh, I see. I was for the longest time I was the citrus thing. The one citrus thing that comes to mind that's like a very long stereotype is Garnier Fructis, right? That back in the day, that was, for me, like I enjoyed the scent of Garnier Fructis because they generally used a citrusy side for the extra smell. When I think about intensely floral scents, I would think of like herbal essences way back in the day. Our herbal essences tend to have occasionally, like their popular ones actually are the more intensely floral scenting ones. But Garnier Fructis was the one that I would say immediately brings back classic smells of orange and citrus things, because that was their whole thing. And those two brands are still manufacturers, right? And suppliers are doing pretty well still for very affordable shampoos and conditioners, as long as you do not react to any of the products, right? Again, there's not that, if I have to be fairly honest about the skincare and hair care industry, science doesn't show statistical significance for many of these products, so they don't have to as well. So the idea is to find something that you enjoy mentally, like both olfaction and for the mental, and as well as making sure that you're able to identify what type of products that make that product do its thing, not react with your epidermis, right? Which is also part of your hair follicle, around your hair follicles. Your shampoo right now is a dry scalp shampoo, so the scent is very subtle, but it's meant to be a green apple scent. That's nice. That smell, that's, I can actually feel or rekindle what a subtle green apple smell would smell like. Yeah, wintertime, I typically, a consideration for most people if they have a winter client, like winter climate is go from heavier moisturizing stuff for dry scalp, more moistening during the winter time, and then during the summer you can switch to something a little bit more adventurous, because dry scalping and stuff doesn't really happen in the winter time. And that would be the most quote-unquote science related benefit, where you swap between something high in moisturizing, so capturing, not to dry out, between the climates. Other than that, tracking skin reactivity, and then that's about it. Honestly, everything else, like, they're hustles, they're grifts. So if you're at least in my professional, or not necessarily professional opinion, but my understanding of science and the literature, usually it's statistically negligible, if not completely lacking or void of evidence-based claims. Usually, at least in the world of commercialism, they are not required to independently or converging evidence demonstrate the claims that they make on these products. That includes pretty much, in my opinion, 90% of skincare products. There are very specific active ingredients in a less than 10 for both skin, for epidermis, epidermal health, and hair follicles. There's less than 10 really well studied active ingredients. And usually the ones that we're talking about aren't even available over the counter in a specific application. So regardless, you want to find something that is maintaining the moisture of your skin, and then the rest is making sure your body is recovering, you have nutrients to your body, and healthy lifestyle, avoiding sources of potential dermatological damage and hair follicle damage. And right, like, we're not talking about wetting your hair and sleeping in wetting hair like 24/7. That's gonna destroy your scalp. But mostly it's protecting. You're trying to be preventive against your usual damages, not some magical formula that reverses aging or something like that. At least for now. Maybe science will change that in the future.
延期する
I just wanted to share that because I feel like oftentimes if there's anything that grifts harder than language learning apps nowadays, it's probably dermatological care. And your hair follicles and your scalp is actually part of your epidermis. So most of the products that people like translate and go back and forth and try to oversell is dealing with your outer skin layer. By coincidence, dermatology wasn't my field of expertise, but by coincidence, I had to at least learn some things over the 2 years that I was working for the government, because I worked in a skin carcinogenesis lab. So we had to at least learn the basic foundations and stuff. And with that knowledge came my curiosity about skincare products and hair care products. Usually there's for 90% or more of skincare and hair care product claims, yeah, 90% of them do not have any substantial statistical, even independent research proving whatever they claim. So still back to the basic sciences of surfactants. Surfactants remove natural oils. So once you use a surfactant, replace those oils temporarily with moisturizer, and then allow your, you sleep, you eat well, for your body to recuperate and redeposit those oils, and then you rinse and repeat, right? All puns intended. You rinse and repeat each and every so often to keep your skin, slow the aging process of your skin from your usual damages, which is like radiation from the sun and whatnot, and age, basically aging. It's not the most romantic, like science haven't been leaps and bounds when it comes to dermatological health. Although, hear me out, this is a little bit interesting. I'm not sure if this is relevant to you, Bree, but there was a breakthrough in enamel materialization for dental health. So that's super neat. I forgot which university published this, but it's reaching the stage of application soon. So they can, you know how we have feelings, right? We use not feelings, the heart feelings, but fillings in the teeth, where if you have tooth decay, you would fill it in with a synthetic component, which often could be it's often like a polymer that tries to mirror enamel. But recently there was a breakthrough that is currently being tested and may be seen to hit possibly at least your dental office in the next year or two, where they can inject a matrix into your teeth in like the location, and it can stimulate your own body's process to re-enamelize the place. So there is a potential solution to naturally creating a trigger for remineralizing your teeth using the body's ability to do so with a component, which is great. That sounds pretty darn amazing. I haven't read the specifics on what the principles are behind that, but it's pretty neat to think that there are scientific discoveries being made on how to otherwise reverse or repair a particular component of the body that was often accepted as irreversible or irreplaceable non-generative process. And that's neat. Rematerializing enamel sounds like something, to me, like someone who doesn't study large macro parts of the human body, that sounds like science fiction to me. And thinking that I will see it in my lifetime, let alone the next couple years, that's amazing. Science still continues to amaze. At least for me, I have a warm spot for science. Anyways, thought I share that. I shared that with some of my personal friends and goobers who have they have some anxiety attached to teeth. I do too. Actually, it's very common. I don't have any statistics, but at least anecdotally and like how I feel about the internet, there's often one of the human conditions is concern for your dental health. That's one of the things that tend to come up as a form of coupling with anxiety. So that type of news, that type of breakthrough in, I guess you could call it medicine, but dental health is quite an amazing thing. I think whoever was doing that research and continues to do those type of research, it can vastly improve quality of life. It can also change the landscape of dental care in general. I'm fingers crossed that businesses may not necessarily make it a nightmare, but it is quite a boon to have breakthroughs in quote unquote modern medicine. I know that dental health is a different branch, right? And however, it still deals with quality of life of humans, and that's pretty neat. A very interesting, rare W for science. Now, it could be a big W for businesses and insurance companies, so that's a little bit hard to know yet. However, this discovery, I believe, was public domain. So it was academic science, which means that it's open competition, possibly, but it's hard to know. These things aren't disclosed very well, so it could end up being a proprietary commercial product, and that would be financially gated. These things happen. I mean, even allergy medication was at one time kind of financially gated, like antihistamines and stuff. I don't want to be too much of a cynic. It's still really awesome to see discoveries like that.
せ
Okay. 電気柵。
電気柵。
切符
照れる。
照れる。
翌朝
さあ。
未婚
未婚。
乾
乾
く
く。
匂う
浮気。
浮気。
快
快
速。
速。お。
一覧。
一覧。
観
観
覧。
覧。
盗
盗
作。
作。
越見
and
名。
名。
快
快
楽
楽。
漏
漏
水。
水。心よい。
浮く。
浮く。はい、oops。背
背後。
後。え
懐
懐
かしい
かしい。夜明け。Oh. Wait. Oh no. 夜更け。
夜更け
夜更け。
深い。
深い。
飾る
Hazaru.
Kaikan.
Aikan. Nurasu. Dang it, I keep doing that.
Azukeru.
Azukeru. Nusumu. Oh no.
強盗
Goto.
Yokunen.
Yokunen. Nani? Yokunen.
結婚
Kekkon.
伸ばす
Nobasu.
適当
Tekito.
電
Denshoku.
飾。
Ek.
背
背
景。
景。快適。
鉄
傑
作
作。
球根。
球根。Heck, why am I drawing a blank? Oh no. Oh. Oh, whoops.
騒ぐ。
Sawagu.
取る。
Toru.
盗
盗
撮
撮。
魅
魅
力
力。
旗。
旗。Okay. What in oh no, this was from yesterday. Hoang and clan. How did the tongue and clan thing work? It's lick, right? And what the lick? Nachos. Huh? Oh wait. That's it.
撮影。 超える
Koeru.
Yofukashi.
Yofugashi. All right. All right. We're gonna have another leap day, right? Let's see. This should be in the morning. Oh, it's 2 p.m. That's right on time. Okay, so we're good. We had time to yap today. I was making sure. And then this will bleed into tomorrow. Oh yeah, and then we got our 3 new guys. So wait. Yeah, so this is going to be tomorrow's stuff. And then tomorrow, this is going to lead into that. And then we have we have a really big day on Sunday after level up. Okay. And then we're back to schedule. Okay. We want to be a little bit earlier tomorrow as well. Keep going a little quicker. Get on earlier. All right. We're doing our reads, then our definition. Saku. Saku, fence. Meat, alluring. Kawa, dry up. Ke, lineage. Kon, marriage. Yu, play. Ki, flag. Sho, illuminates. Kai, pleasure. Han, addition. Bean, poor. Bowl, scarce. Techie, suitable. Yo, deposit. En, prolong. Yoku, the next. Ran, look at. That's it. Nostalgia. Ho, push. Makura, pillow. Uwa, floats. Roll, leak. Pu, token. Ho, purchase. Etsu, beyond. Shoku, decorate. Soul, boisterous. Hai, back. Satsu, photograph. To, sell. Nyo, smell. Nu, wet. And mei, niece. Alright. I think our new routine is pretty solid now for WaniKani. It's not too bad. Alright folks, that's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try, and let me know what you think. Right? You're always welcome to yap. I come bearing stories each and every day. If not, I tend to have a pocket of backlogged stories to talk about. So I still have a couple more backstories. I think my backlog is like 6 or 7 right now. And somehow I will pigeonhole them back into language learning. Don't be shy. Do give me a story, I'll most definitely reciprocate 2 or 3 additional stories. Right? Keep each other motivated, interested mutually in each other's lives. That's a great way to give something freely given, right, between strangers. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Nite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get out, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 312. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第312天 is 312. Let's get into it. Early start. 1, 2, 3 review. Actually, we have lower end. All right, so I kind of skipped over. So we had 2 problematic things yesterday, but more like 4. I kind of skipped over the other one now that I think about it. So the one, yeah, these are rough. We've gotten down to the rough ones, right? So when most of the ones that are rough, they tend to be outliers now that we're kind of in the groove of things. So Meiti for media. T. Right. Monster of a character. Meiti. Just very congested. And then Fun. I didn't look at Fun, or did I? Not really. I don't remember saying anything about it. So what can we do about this character? Exert. Where I'm getting hung up is that none of these things remind me of Frodo. Big turkey or even field remind me of Fun. It's kind of special. Let's take a look at it before we start our lessons today. What can I do here? Actually, I think the field is the thing that reminds me most of Frodo. Actually, hold up. We might have another Fun with turkey. Do we? No. Yeah. Like, that's the most prominent things in this character do not have a photo attachment, I'm pretty sure, outside of Fun. Yeah. That's what makes it a little bit tricky. And then the other prominent figure, maybe. I thought there was one that we learned with... Well, we have a bunch of Fun. And Fun... I think there's a Fun as well with Field. Field is the closest thing that has this sound. Actually, it's really not that much. Fun is the... Yeah, Fun is the closest that I'm thinking of. I have no other examples. That's what makes this character a little bit weirder. It screams things like Jing, Jiu. There's it looks like something else. So I guess we do have some homophones though. Not that great. I have to come back to this. I just think of the big turkey, like, oh, you know what? Frodo has a big turkey friend. That's fine, right? Or that could end up screaming like Yoshi. It's more of a Yoshi thing right now. Let's go with Photo is in the bathroom of the infirmary. Helping his big turkey pet. So big, it's a big turkey, almost the size of Frodo, you know, because Frodo's a hobbit. Making sure it this big turkey pet from his rice field, right? It's rice field. The size of Frodo. Making sure it doesn't exert itself too much while getting medical attention. That's kind of weird, because it's an infirmary, not necessarily a veterinarian office, but that's fine. Excuse me. Alright, let's get into our lessons. 血栓, a blood plug, clot. Makes sense. Alright.
血栓清晰
清晰, clear, or pure clear, fair enough. Different types of clear though.
清晰
I think this is more of the, yes, the figurative variety, so to
分
speak.
泌
Meat to secrete, heart to secrete. That could end up being misinterpreted. But I think we'll stay here.
分泌
Me.
定心丸
定心丸. Ding心丸. Interesting. Set the heart. Like settle the heart. Pill. Calming pill. Ding Xing Wan. Oh, I missed the G.
定心丸滔滔不绝
滔滔不绝. Tao Tao. What the Tao? Tarantal, not saw, not cut off. Oh yeah, it can't be cut off. It just keeps going on and on. Okay. Tao Tao 不绝
滔滔不绝
Sounds like me.
血栓
Done. 清晰
清晰
滔滔不绝
滔滔不绝分泌
定心丸
定心丸
I wonder if calming pills mean like a depressant or something. You can replace for depressant.
竖琴
Shu qing. Oh yes. Shu, the vertical string instruments. Alright, harp. Okay.
竖琴泌尿科
泌尿 泌尿科, the study of secreting urine, urology. Makes sense. Niao is a weak character.
泌尿科
泌尿科
竖立
竖立 to erect, to stand up. Erecting. All right. Yeah. I think to stand something up is, or to stand up something. Stand up. Not stand up. Stand up. My brain, I tell ya.
竖立药丸
药丸 medicine pill, makes sense.
药丸自焚
自焚 self burn self burn. Oh,
自焚
that got dark all of a sudden.
竖琴
请
竖立自焚药丸泌尿科
Alright.
框
Hoang. Oh, why do you look like a hui plus a tree? You don't look like a Kwang. Where is the Kwang coming? I guess there's a scepter in there. Where the heck is the Ku coming from? Yeah. No, this one's kind of weird. So far in our pantheon of things. Ang is very much associated with the scepter. There's lots of anging. But it's more like Wang though. Tree. What about box? What do we have for box? Probably all over the place. It's not good enough to hold its own, right? Box is not good. Hold its own. Trees are not Kus. They're not that strong on Kus. And I think this might actually be one of the first Kwang. Yep. At least it looks like it. So this one's newish. We don't have any legacy. Koopa's in front of the chapel where he finds a box under a holy Christmas tree that, okay, yeah, because chapel, that they have set up on the lawn. Okay, he goes over and opens it up and finds a frame inside that has a picture of a scepter in it. Looks around to see nobody's looking and puts the frame into a shell so he can sneak away with it as he thinks Bowser may like it. I think that's okay. I'm okay with this. Chuang Kwang, alright, makes sense. Window frame. Oh, Kwang framework. Oh, interesting. And it uses the it uses hang or shelf, I mean. Not hang. Shelf. Jia is kind of a weak character. But in the vocabulary word framework, it's not bad.
Hoang
There's another framework using Jia.
Yeah.
Yeah? A coconut. Oh no. It's fruit. Okay. Yoshi. Does this look like a yeah to me? Not really. This looks all sorts of weird. Yoshi is inside the electricity plant, where it is quite loud from all the running generators, sure. In the corner, there are piles of coconuts and coconut trees for some reason. Maybe coconut tree wood, sure. And Yoshi goes up and grabs two, placing one coconut into each ear, silencing the noise, then sits down and begins eating some of the coconuts in relative peace. I'm okay with this. I like it. It doesn't quite work out for Kirby because Kirby and ears, you know. So Yoshi's not bad. Coconut oil. Yetsuyo. Okay, makes sense. Yetsuyo. Yetsushe. Okay. Yetsu. Okay.
Yeah. Hung.
Hung. Snort? What the hung? Wow, you look weird without being a ko. Ended up using la instead. Huh. Harry Potter's in front of the English manor. Oh no, it's Hung, where he is visiting. An armless child comes up to him and offers him a lid to put his things in before he enters the manor. Harry Potter snorts with contempt and casts a spell on the armless child, shutting its mouth. He snorts once more before walking past the armless child. That sounds... Alright, so we got some mouths, right? And we got some lids. We got what looks like an armless shrine. Armless child. That lid though. Alright. Harry Potter is in front of the English manor, where he encounters a snorting, harmless child. Where he suddenly gets hit in the mouth with a lid. He looks over and finds a rich, snorting, harmless child. Casting spells, throwing spells at him. Harry tries to counter, but while getting chased or getting pressured away. I don't know. I mean, that's fine.
Hung. Zhou.
Go. Oh my word. Why do you look like Hua? Wait. How does Hua change? Oh, the bottom is field, right? Is that the only difference? Oh, no, it has a field and a ground. Okay. And then Shu is day underneath, right? Yes. And are those our related ones? Yes. Alright. So if I don't look carefully, I might accidentally write Hua for this. Go. Jane Spawn is in the bathroom of the bakery. Okay. Looking for a lost pastry brush. That's oddly specific. It is pitch dark and the electricity is out. Suddenly, the sun rises. Oh my. Okay. Alright. So Jane Spawn snuck into boldly snuck into the bathroom of the Target's bakery to during the daytime to find the hidden brush in a brown panel next to the toilet. In I don't know, like in oh, yeah, that's fine. Hidden brush for his mission. I don't know what type of brush would make it not sound like Jimmy Neutron. If I say high tech, there's a chance it's gonna sound like Jimmy Neutron. If I say ancient, it's gonna sound like Xena. I think we're just gonna stick with brush and then use mission. Joe, yeah. Day and night. Makes sense? By Joe. Interesting. We've gotten to the point where I need some exposure as to when the what are the moments to use such things, considering we can use other characters at this point.
笑
Xiao, to resemble. Interesting. So could this be like I don't know, Yi Xiao, Xiao Yi. That's Spark. Okay, do I want to retroactively replace Spark with Resemble? That could be helpful. How many Spark? We have quite a lot of Sparks, and they're all Xenas, right? Oh no, they're all owls. They're all barn things. Are they always barn things? Almost. It's almost exclusively Xiao, Xiao, and Xiao. Xiao, 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 and Qiao. And then we have a bit we have like two oddballs here. Xie and Jie. Interesting. And it looks like Xiao is kind of the dominant. Yeah, Xiao is very dominant. Oh, this is Xiao. Interesting. Wow, they're very similar. A lot of them are very similar. Okay. We only have 4 so far, but that's crazy. Alright. We'll see how we navigate that in the future. Oh. Xena is in the bathroom of the barn, cleaning it. Or she thinks. In reality, what she is doing is hardly even resembles cleaning. She takes her sword and strikes it against every piece of dust she can find, causing sparks to fly all over the place, making an even bigger mess of things. One of the sparks catches fire and she puts it out with a bucket of milk. I mean, that's fine. That's pretty good. She's inept at cleaning. Cheng Xiao. Chinese zodiac sign. What in the actual what? Okay. This Xiao unworthy. Uh. Hmm. Resembles life. No resemblance. I feel there's a little bit of lost in translation here.
笑
We'll make it work, I suppose, in the future. This is probably like the third week, a full week in a row with characters that are maybe a bit too complicated or have like some loss in translation. Interesting. I guess maybe that's the nature of it. Right.
Hoang
I still don't know where the tree comes. I'm still not quite sure where the tree comes in. Oh, the holy Christmas tree. Sure, or a wooden box.
笑
This one's tough. Single radical that it's not as tough because we know it's related to xiao. Sometimes single radicals are tough because they don't share its read with other characters. There are a couple single character ones where like the single character, the standalone character, which ends up being a radical, does not preserve its sound into others. But the ones that do are like choice. In Japanese, it's nearly always the opposite, which I don't know. That's the nature of it. Like when a character stands alone, it's like it's a kunyomi, and it's a unique kunyomi at that. You might be lucky to see it again a couple times, like the sound. One's kind of weak too. Ah! Oh, I typed S instead of Z.
Yeah.
Fruits are often very difficult. This one's kind of weird.
哼
Snorting is kind of oddly specific.
皱
Did I omit the meaning of no? It just happens to be the most common.
蠢
Okay. Oh, we got extra characters too. Clumsy. Chen. Chucky being clumsy. Interesting. We got multiple clumsies. Ben and Juo. And we got Juan. You could probably throw in Dao, Dai, or wait, yeah, Dai as well. Okay. Yeah, foolish and stupid. Yep. That's exactly what I thought. Chucky is in the basement of the infirmary looking for some nurses to unalive. Yeah. He wears a barrister wig to disguise himself. However, he has clumsily tripped over an insect on the ground. Okay. And knocks over a container that contains a sun which opens up and begins to... Okay. Yeah, the sun part, you gotta try better, man. You gotta do better. Use day. Alright, so barrister wig and oh man. Oh, do you look like a you do look like a twin though with some insects. So that's good. Chun for spring. This is spring up here. Honestly, Hang on. How does the... I'm kind of curious. How's the Barrister wig game? How's our Barrister wig game? Not that great. Yeah, not that great. It just happens to have Trin on the top. Okay. So Chucky in the basement of the infirmary. Looking for his next I see. Looking for a nurse to attack. Right. A nurse is to ground the infirmary. He is disguised with a barrister wig. Snuck in to the basement of the infirmary during the day. However, he was distracted by some insects in the dingy basement and clumsily revealed his position. Nurses fled the basement. Okay. Anyways, that's fine. Oh, there's more. You. Oh my gosh, is that foolish too? Stupid? Wow, there's quite a lot of stupid and foolish characters.
蠢
So neither of previous ones. Okay. Bumby.
战
Done. Towering. And you get like Gao Zhan or Jian Gao, like toweringly tall or something like that. Yeah, there's tall. So there's a chance. Or towers. Yeah. James Bond is in, or it could be Da Jiang Da. Oh, Jian Da. Oh, wait. Oh, is this the character for growing up? No, I don't think so, right? I think that's a coincidence. I'm thinking of Jian Da. Jian Da is to grow up, basically to become towering, maybe? I don't know. I could kind of see that. James Bond is in the basement of the pawn shop where he finds a towering mountain in the corner with a vintage car on top. Suddenly, the car comes down from its towering height, speeding at James Bond. James picks up an axe and tries to defend himself from the car before it crushes him against the... That's not James Bond. Okay. Let's try something else. Right. So James Bond is in the basement of a pawn shop in one of his safe houses on top of a towering mountain. He finds himself a high-tech axe and a getaway, a new ride, a new car. For his next mission. Okay. John. What? John Xing? What? What is going on? Brand new? Oh, come on. Man, these next couple characters, when they mature the next day, is gonna be yikes.
展
God. How is towering new? Oh my.
装
Strong steak. What type of steak are we talking about? Like a reek steak or like the steaks? I think it's the second one. No, it's a literal one. George Costanza is in front of the chapel, dealing with a possessed barrister wig. Okay, you already lost me. Okay, we're not doing paranormal stuff with George. Okay, so George Costanza is in front of. Honestly, I kind of want to make him Curious George instead, but then that could overlap too much with Pinocchio and stuff. George is in front of the chapel. Getting ready for Sunday service. For some odd reason, or like having read a trendy, I don't know, trendy magazine. Getting ready for some Sunday service. He recently got caught up in superstition. Yeah, superstition. Started disguising himself with a barrister wig and equipped with a wooden stake and some alternative remedies prepared using a mortar. It sounds far-fetched, but honestly, I could kind of see it happen in the TV show. A wooden stake. Okay, so a steak. Alright, that's fine. Ooh, Chuang. It's kind of funny because my mnemonic legitimately makes tree placed next to a stake. That's why I call it a wooden stake. But that turned out to be coincidentally also the vocabulary word.
装 取
To take a wife? Huh. I see some very questionable overlaps with other things. Quasimodo is in the basement of the house where he he finds a crippled woman with no ears sitting on a folding stool underneath the single bare basement light bulb. Wow. Okay. Quasimodo is struck by her beauty that he decides to take away right there and then. He rips off an ear and gives... Oh, come. It was going so well until you had to go and rip out Quasimodo's ears. Quasimodo... Let's just say Quasimodo was okay. Maybe found himself in the basement of a house, having heard. So that's where the ears come in. Having heard a woman screaming or a woman shouting for help. He finds a woman bound to a folding stool after rescuing her. They fell in love and he took her as a wife. I don't know, that sounds good enough to me. To take a wife. Koichi. Wait, is that right? Wife, what? Yeah. Okay. To remarry. Daichi. Interesting. Huh. Not what I thought. I'm not familiar with most of these characters.
取楼
Lol. Oh, this is our second lol. We had lol, right? How many empresses do we have? I feel like we had only 2. Yeah. Oh no, wait, we had 3. I forgot about Shu. Shu, that's right, number. Yeah, we have lol for tree, for with the tree, multi-story building. Not too many lols. But they're mostly the Lu variety. Shu is the exception. Lol and Lu, Lo and Lu. Lu, Lo. And Lo. Interesting. Exclamation again? Oh, that's an ender. Alright. Okay. Put one's... To put one's arm around. Okay. Legolas is in the basement of the bakery where he is making an elvish cake. Sure. It consists of a large elf empress that puts her arms around a gigantic finger. Oh, okay. Alright, so finger has to attach to Legolas. So maybe, oh no. I just realized all I can ascribe so far is dexterous fingers, but most of the characters have dexterous abilities. I guess this is no different. Let's just say, okay. So Legolas is in the basement of the bakery, preparing a special elvish cake for the elf empress with his elvish dexterity. He crafted a sophisticated cake with his fingers. and was able to put his arm around it and transport it upstairs to present. I can't seem to type the elf him. Okay. Oh, yeah. To embrace? Okay, that's fine. Low bow.
搂
I can't to put arms around. I can't with this. To put one's arm around. Okay. Alright. Oh, I can use to hug. To hug is fine. I can't with this phrasing.
蠢
Alright. Man, this one's weird. This one's wild.
装 搂
Okay.
.展
Okay.
取
Alright. Alright, I gotta quickly go to the bathroom. Unplanned bathroom break. Be right back. Okay, 123 reviews. On the lower side. Man, I still remember when that was kind of the higher end, 120. Now occasionally we get like 170s. But I think it's largely been steady at this point. What happened to my brain? That doesn't make any sense, the thing I'm thinking of. Because it doesn't! Alright. What?
草帽，
我们到海边时都戴着草帽。
草帽。戴着草帽。A grass veil? Wait, no. Grass? Wear a... Oh, 草帽. Strong.
甜粥，
你想吃咸粥还是甜粥？
right, 摘花。
摘花，
请勿摘花。
No. Yes. 掌声。
掌声，
我可以从这里听到掌声。
毯，
Egg! Wait. Oh, 蛋糕 not 蛋糕。
菊花，
他喜欢种菊花。
G is still taking a bit. It's a very specific flower related thing, so let's see. Flower, fruits. Yeah, flower, fruits, tough, proper names, family members. All of them, most of those are in like the top 5 of they're awfully specific and it comes with use. Other things are pretty regular though. Whoops, accidentally added a G there.
"1月，
1月是新年的开始。
Oh. I'm like 1 month? What?
主页，
你可以在主页上找到更多信息。
Or homepage. Fine.
若是，
若是你有问题，可以问我。
撬开，
他用工具撬开了木箱。
就，
I'm a bit sluggish today. Sorry. What happens when I'm moving the schedule slightly earlier? It's sluggish.
流逝，
3分钟已经流逝了。
I'm drawing a blank on 是. Oh, pass.
柳树，
柳树开始抽芽了。
厌倦，
我厌倦了你的抱怨。
柳叶，
柳叶在河上，
Excuse me.
滋，山脊，
山脊的风景非常壮观。
翔，
That's a weak one.
静，
I kind of lost this one yesterday, even though it's new. Okay.
鱼卵，
鱼卵可以做寿司。
I kind of lost that one a little bit
抹
too.
茶，
More.
抹茶口味很独特。
海洋，
我们需要保护海洋。
他们，
它们叫什么？
Ooh,
裸，
that one is gonna be tricky in the future. Sure.
宝，
I want to type N, but I don't. N. I gotta think about that one.
蛋糕，
我喜欢吃蛋糕。
Uh-oh. Oh no. Huh.
镇，
Hmm.
活该，
这家伙落得如此下场，活该。
藏品，
他的藏品中有很多古董。
What? Oh, I think I had to type collection or something.
坟，舰队，
这是一支强大的舰队。
操，
Wow. Okay.
.知悉，
他们知悉了我们的计划。
签，
What? Oh, that's supposed to be two. Yeah, pretty sure it's
焦虑，
他为考试感到焦虑。
It's supposed to be deeply contemplative. Yeah, apprehensive. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Like overthinking nature. Oh no. I think. Whoops. That's a typo. I meant to type boo.
背景，
这幅画的背景是一片湖。
驻守，
军队被派去驻守山区。
No.
荣誉，
他得到了很多荣誉。
I guess glory or honor. Goodness. Goodness gracious.
农业，
农业非常重要。
It's farming. I know it's agriculture, but same difference. Yep. Had to type collection.
部，
Okay. Fine. All in. All good.
禁区，
这个工厂是禁区。
Oh, but this one's not good. I don't know where the mouth is. I didn't characterize the mouth this time to the character. Alright, so Zheng something nan go. 能够快速，能够快速地繁殖。I don't know. That's probably a lost cause. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not. Oh no.
墨镜，
他买了新的墨镜。
纵，
Oh my gosh, it's the other vertical.
抗，
I thought it was. Hmm.
树枝，
这根树枝很细。
宴会，
这是一个盛大的宴会。
标杆，
它成为了公司的标杆。
容， 除借
I don't know where the mouth is coming from. Oh, I remember now. What? Oh. Wait. What? No. No. Fungus is out. Yeah, no fungus. Gotta make the mouth have something to do with the character. So that's a swap up in thought. What in the world?
喷泉
喷泉的水喷得很高。
What? Oh, that's a typo. I'm like, I have no idea.
有钱
我不是有钱人，
记得
我不记得他的名字。
其他
有些语言比其他语言难学。
也许
他也许病了。
Already so. Is she already so? I guess already might be good enough.
毫秒
1秒包含1000毫秒。
Again, milliseconds.
午睡
你会午睡吗？
What the?
神秘
这座城市充满了神秘的气氛。
Like mysterious or okay. 放声大哭。
放声大哭
我要放声大哭。
It's just like really loud. Burst into tears, yeah. Crying aloud is fine. Yeah, sob loudly. What the mouth guard? Oh. What? It's like double, yeah.
加倍
I was thinking Japanese there. I got kind of mixed up with the Japanese-ish Japanese hybrid. The Japa Chinese. Yeah, this is like
昏
oops, the other way. Dusk. Oh, is this no, there's Earth.
灯塔，
这是一座古老的灯塔，
古老的灯塔。I don't know what. I think this is a pass on the Heckin Pagoda. It's a pass on the pagoda. Pagoda is just pagoda. Not much we can do other than know it. This is already so mayhaps, yeah. I think I will. Mayhaps, it's fine. What was I? Bus.
洋溢，
节日的街头洋溢着欢庆的景象。
It's just brimming. Thai? Yeah, Thai. Thai. Thai Wu.
财务，
他在财务部门工作，
财务部门工作。 I don't understand how those two things mean anything. Rich task. It's probably like finance. I'm like rich task department. Like 他在财务部门工作. I'm like they're at something department store working. I'm like what else could you be working that deals with the task of being rich? Finance. That's funny.
屋，
波 wait 波清 what no that doesn't compute.
真菌，
真菌能够快速的繁殖。
Yeah, that needs help. That definitely needs help. What incarnation is this? Where does the mouth come from? What?
大名鼎鼎，
他是一位大名鼎鼎的歌手。
肾脏，
我们都有2个肾脏，
It's gonna be tough, kidney. What the oh, Koichi. Alright. At least I think it's. Oh no, it's Po Ching. No. What in the 可气？
可歌可泣。
这部电影充满可歌可泣的片段。
It is. It's moved to song and tears. It's just very moving. It's fine. I just wanted to try to get that last one because that's what I remember from yesterday.
哭泣。
孩子在角落里哭泣。
I really thought this was. I'm gonna have to think about what's going on there.
过奖。
他总是过奖我。
Oh no, wait, that doesn't make any sense. 目瞪口呆。
目瞪口呆。
这么大的变化让我们目瞪口呆。
Dumbstruck.
儒将。
他是一位儒将。
Oh. Right.
澄清。
请你澄清你的意思。
Or clarify. Yeah, to clear things up.
冷战。
这是一部关于冷战的电影。
Wait, I lost it again. Oh. Yeah, man, pagoda? Pagoda. How does this work? Oh, yeah.他从事过降过。过奖过。The Pass Award. Oh. No, that's fine. Oh, that's the typo.
瞪眼。
他生气的瞪眼。
儒学。
儒学是中国的传统哲学。
I don't know how to spell that. Confuse. Okay. Okay.
面霜。
你有推荐的面霜吗？
What? Okay. Let's think about this. YOLO!
己。
Okay, I have no idea why it's G. Oh, is it like edit?
丁。
I sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I just don't know.
葡萄，
葡萄汁含有很多糖。
裸体，
他们在海边裸体游泳。
That's they're swimming naked. That sentence is weird. they're at the beach swimming naked. Or nude swimming. Okay. Okay.
纸，
What? What? Oh no, wait, it's not flavoring. It's purpose. That one's rough. Purpose is rough. Holy purpose. This one rough too. Kind of.
墨，
Yeah, these are the last 4 days. Like I would say the last 40 characters. They're really rough. And that's probably because they're like not the essential characters. They're all of these are getting into really heavily quite a bit more complex things, or maybe less common things in general. Some of these are okay, but I almost feel like the vocabulary that they could be part of are often replaced by a more common one. Uh,
卸，
yeah, like unload. You could say move something out to a different place as opposed to saying unload. What? The hold? Hold. Heck! Ah, that's a weak one. Yeah, that's a weak one. I thought this was like him, Yoshi, like running. What? Huh.
赠送，
他赠送了一本书给我。
Oh no, this isn't. That's the splashing thing. Oh, this is the
含，
second envelope. Yeah, man. These are so rough. All of these are
Yeah.
rough. Oh no. Uh,
歇工，
工人因为雨天歇工。
what the stairs? Oh no. Oh wait. I think we're fine.
奶，
Okay, we're back to some.
馒头，
I can
他
do
做
with
的馒
this.
头
though.
很好吃。
I'm okay with this. Okay.
凳， 谦虚，
他太谦虚了。
收，帮，肾病，
他死于肾病。
豆芽，
豆芽是一种常见的蔬菜。
探讨，
我探讨了房屋付款方式。
我探讨了房屋劝款方式。Wire？
城镇，
城镇里有许多商店。
That's so tricky one. Yellow? Okay. That's not it.
神仙，
这个故事里的主角是一位神仙。
Oh no. I don't know. All right, we're just gonna throw one out there, right? Uh,
宇航员，
宇航员在太空中工作。
what the heck is Yu Hang Yuan? Oh. Oh man, the eaves, dude, the eaves. Yu Hang Yuan. Yu Hang Yuan is not even close. Astronaut. You for space. Taking eaves.
逗号，
That's a
这个
tricky
逗
one
号
too.
放错了位置。
Oh, how is a tricky one?
匆匆而去，
他没有说话，只是匆匆而去。
Or leave in a hurry, I suppose. The way I written is kind of fine. This one's not great either.
吼，
Oh, they're up to Meg.
报，书，
Huh. Alright, so this one, our gut feeling didn't work. Let's see. Studying Chinese so hard as a French. Interesting. So, you speak French then? And you're studying Chinese? Is that what you mean? Hence, Albert. I see. What have you been doing to study Chinese? You aren't the first person that I met, actually. I don't know how that person's doing, but I had the pleasure of meeting someone who's at a French university at the time studying Chinese. Bird 3. You've tried to study Chinese last year in your law university? It was so hard. Okay. Do you currently study Chinese now? Law university. Nice. It was law lessons in Chinese. Interesting. You cannot understand one single sentence. Do you need to interesting. So you didn't need a prerequisite in learning Chinese to take the law lesson? I wonder why law lessons in Chinese. Does the French and does the French law have interest in Chinese law? Let's see, Finn, Albert, 3. Skip this for now. Okay.
戈壁，
戈壁是一个大沙漠。
Oh, not explain, but express. Alright, we're back already. You've been studying during 4 years Chinese? Oh, okay. You only know a few words? 4 years? Really? Did you have an opportunity to use Chinese? You现在住在法国吗? So to understand Chinese and law lesson, you need to be fluent. That's your opinion? I mean, that's what I would assume. You use Chinese only in school? Never been to China? That's fair. 我的父母是中文人。我是法国人。不，你现在住在法国，是不是？ or 对不对 ？Right？ 还是你在别国 or 外国？ 我可以听到中文，我不是中文的，我是美国人，我新在美国。 我住在法国，我的父母是法国人。Okay. 100? Okay. I see. I'm American. I was born and raised in the United States. So I'm an ABC. I'm an American-born Chinese. Both my parents are Chinese parents, but they are Fujianese. They are Fujianese, so we speak a dialect. We speak a dialect at home. We do not speak Mandarin. And the dialect is not taught, so that's why I'm learning how to read Mandarin. But I don't know how to speak Mandarin really well either. 我可以听 but 说的中文说的很小的 and I also can listen to Cantonese, but not really. I can imitate. So whenever someone is speaking to me, I will be able to respond, but I can't lead conversations in Mandarin or Cantonese. I can sort of lead conversations in Fujianese, but I speak English mostly. Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, I can't read before. Now I can. Now I can read and write, and it's been a lot quicker for Chinese, being that I just need to connect them with my hearing. So now I can read and write, but 2 years ago I couldn't read and write. Yeah, everything is spoken, and everything is spoken in the sense that I only respond to things. I do not lead conversations. So I'm not going to lead a conversation right now about politics and whatnot. And outside Chinese, you are studying something? Am I studying something? Not really. Not really. I used to study biology. I used to be a doctorate in molecular biology. I studied viruses. I was in the field of virology. Now I study language for fun, I suppose. I'm currently not in science anymore, for the time being. I mean, I read about science, but I don't actively do science anymore. Like professionally. I don't do anything professionally at the moment. 我没有工作。现在我没有工作。I'm not sure if you're familiar with Fuzhou. I mean, there are some people that kind of made it a little bit viral, but Fuzhou knowing may I more charge Fuzhou got 中国買好似knowing got internet 講話好似knowing 對got internet 好似knowing 對 got 咪我哋sani knowing what I'm saying in Fujianese is that I rarely ever see Fujianese people or other dialects in China, right, from China, but most of the Fujianese people that you see online in the United States, like, are American born. They are typically in New York City, around New York City most of the time. So you might have seen a couple viral videos from particular people. I won't mention their name, but particular people who interacted with where I was born. I was born in New York City. Fujianese is one of the bigger groups. So, you have this part of China, right? Like Southeast China. And then there's this part where it's like Shanghai. Right below it is Fujian. So this would be like the Shanghai area. And then there's like one more group. There's usually four dominant groups. And Fujian is one of the bigger ones. So Fujian is like generally the marker between north. This is like the southernest most north area, and then the south. And Wu is up here. So this is Wu. And then this is Ming. Ming is what the Fujian are. And then I forgot these two. But these are the biggest groups. Guangzhou is not Fujian. Yeah, I think Guangzhou is down here. Either it's like slightly to the right somewhere, but yeah. Usually they would say Ming, but Fujian is the Providence name, and then Ming is the Chinese people. I guess that's what they're referring to. And then this would be Wu Chinese, but this would be the Shanghai area. That's I don't know too much about the Chinese, like the current Chinese geography and stuff, but mine is pretty bad too. Haven't ever been to. I technically, during my birth years, like my first 2 years, my grandparents used to be in China and I was there, but in my adult life I haven't ever been to China. I know not that much about Chinese geography. I know more about the heritage that's in the United States with respect to China. The thing about China is that American internet, like this side of the internet, is not very privileged to Chinese information. Have I ever been to Paris? No, I have not. I've had the pleasure of meeting a bunch of French internationals who now live here. Actually, one person during my between college and graduate school, and we have a family friend who is wedded to a Chinese woman, so they're our family friend. I must go, perhaps one day. Yeah, perhaps one day. I haven't traveled too much in my life. I'm not too much of a globe trotter. How about you? Have you traveled? I think I'm gonna give a pass to this. Shit. Oh, machinery. I might have to think about how I can improve machinery. Okay. In a hurry.
Show.
3 times in US? Oh, where have you gone? Chicago, New York City, and Miami? Dang. Man. If you hit like LA or something, you pretty much covered all the metropolitan areas of the United States. And then maybe like I don't know, Dallas or Austin, Texas, you probably hit major. And then maybe the top left is Seattle. So you hit like Seattle, LA, Houston, and then you got Miami, New York City, and then the Midwest, Chicago. You pretty much hit like 3 of the biggest cities. That's crazy. Is it part of your work, or were you vacationing? I don't often meet actually Europeans who have any interest in visiting the US. That's actually pretty common. So that's impressive. I have only stopped over in Chicago, and I've been to Miami once. And then I'm from New York City. Only vacation? Wow. May I ask, what is it about the US that you would travel to the US as opposed to, like, I don't know, the UK or Norway, Sweden, Netherlands, Madrid, in Spain, Vienna, like, Italy? Like, I'm genuinely curious. I have met a Belgian who is very enamored by the US culture, but you don't hear that very often anymore. I mean, yeah, you really don't. Not from a European perspective. I think there might be more interest from Eastern countries than Western European countries really nowadays. And I think the relationship is not the same the other way around. Americans are quite fascinated with Europe. However, right now, Eastern countries are super trending. So Americans are incredibly infatuated with Eastern countries. I mean, the reason I noticed this is because the years when I grew up, I don't know if you know how old I am. I don't know if I mentioned it. I'm 38 years old. When I was growing up, Eastern countries were not trending. They were very, very scared. So there was a lot of xenophobia around Eastern countries. So we're talking about Japan, China, Korea, right? Even Russia, etc. I mean, Russia's still kind of the same, but like Filipino, Malaysian, Laos, Cambodian, Vietnamese, Thai, right? All those were like not trendy. Nowadays, though, it's like kind of American interest in Eastern countries has overshadowed a bit of Europeans. However, I think in general, Americans are very infatuated with Europe and Eastern countries. So, but I don't get that same impression the other way around. Quite a lot. Actually, more so Eastern countries are more infatuated with the US than Europeans. A lot of times Europeans, you guys got, the European continent has a lot of already great diversity next to each other. You think the American people are the most funniest people you have ever met? You swear? Oh, interesting. I'm not that funny. Have you met unfunny Americans? I'm glad to hear that you found some funny American people. I'm not sure if that's a like they're self-parodying funny, or like you've heard some good jokes or something. You're very proud for being in a country that has so much diversity. Yeah. And obviously I live in a country where that's hard to not be the middle of the room. Diversity is the middle of the room all the time in the United States. It's one of those things like when people see Americans arguing, I see diversity. That's kind of the running joke in the United States, in my opinion. Whenever like a foreigner outside, maybe someone from like Japan or something, is like, why do Americans argue all the time? It's like diversity. It's like a soft way of saying, yeah, it's because everyone has different opinions. I mean, even people who kind of quote unquote look alike argue about everything. Like in France, we cannot talk about race. Oh, wait. That's like ethnicity. That's kind of weird. I'm not entirely sure if it's fun. It's interesting. You're not the first person who mentioned, not about France, but you're not the first person who mentioned that a country that's pro-diversity is a country that don't talk about race. What I mean by that is, I know a kid that's from Malaysia, and Malaysia is incredibly pro-diversity too. Well, they have a lot of diversity, and Chern, the kid, also mentioned that you're not allowed to mention or talk about ethnicity and race. And it's interesting because in the United States, to embrace diversity is to talk about it. So in the United States, it's the center point of many discussions. Like you cannot do ethnicity statistics. That's interesting. It is forbidden by the law. Huh. I have an instead of us. Okay. Instead of US, yeah. Like instead of us. Oh, I see what you mean. I think. Like it's the opposite here. Like not talking about it is anti-diversity. Like when you're not the United States. Yeah. Like the United States have sorry, that's fine. In the United States, it's the opposite. If you don't talk about ethnicity and stuff, you're turning a blind eye to it. Like you're trying to ignore that it exists. It's kind of interesting. The two countries have different perspectives on it. Malaysia is also similar, according to, like, obviously, I'm not saying you represent everyone. from your perspective and from the kid that I met recently from Malaysia, it's the opposite. There, you guys are taking the opposite approach by not looking at it and the numbers and stuff. That's interesting. It's certainly, I don't know if like I would have to visit France and see what that's like in order to know how it turned out. But yeah, in the United States it's the opposite. But when you talk about ethnicity, I think this separates people, but that's the point. Diversity is the separation of people, not the same. Like, that's the whole point of diversity. So, like, you're saying it's not good. I'm saying it is, what you're doing is not good. You're pretending like there aren't differences between people. Diversity is that there are different people in the world, not the same people. Like, the reason why I'm a part of diversity is because my parents are Chinese. That is the very nature of being diverse. If I say I'm American, that's like a 20 to 30-year-old United States pretending like there aren't minorities in the country. By the way, the United States went during a little before me went through a different period, which is the same period that you're describing, where there was a campaign. Actually, I was kind of old enough to remember this campaign, and it's the We Are American campaign, which is basically they took all the ethnicities as a campaign and say we are American, as in to be American is to be diverse. But this is different. We do not have the same history. In France, we suffer of ethnicity statistics. That's not true. In the United States, the thing you're describing had happened already. So, like in the 19th and 20th, yes, that happened in the United States as well. But it's interesting that in France, they ended up coming out of it in a different approach than the United States. Like, that's not, what you said is absolutely not true. Like, the United States went through the same period. Maybe not at the exact same time, but there was a time when the United States did use statistics as a way of diminishing minorities, not embracing that minorities exist. Nowadays, it's about awareness. So, I can relate to you in a way of my younger self, like back in the day, maybe 20 plus years ago. You have a much more longer history. It is not the same context. I disagree. I think that's incredibly ethnocentric and xenophobic. So, like, just because you have a longer history doesn't mean you have the right solution or like a context that can't be understood by a country that has lower history. I think that's incredibly ethnocentric. That's almost like the same thing that a French person would accuse an American for being. That's ethnocentric in all saying. You are saying that unless you're saying your English is somehow sufficient to communicate that it's not the same context because you have a longer history. Like, you say that you learned your mistakes. We did too. I didn't say you didn't learn from your mistakes. It's not the same. You don't do the... Never mind. You're incredibly arrogant by the way you're speaking, but no one is saying you're repeating your mistakes. Like, the context is still the same. The solution is different. There are two different countries, right? The United States and France. And they both went through a period of hyper using statistics for minority reasons, right? To suppress minorities. But we are doing two different things. So that's a point of contrast. No one is saying France is repeating their mistakes. You're assuming that. Like, it's interesting that you guys took a different perspective. So did Malaysia. And if you're going to make an argument, Malaysia also has a long history. So does Singapore. And it's not that I don't know how it works. I'm kind of curious now. It's interesting that that's how you respond to it. I actually find that I'm kind of curious what the effects of that are. Because I don't want to go around saying that I'm not Chinese. That's interesting. Like, I wouldn't say I'm Chinese in front of a Chinese person. See, that's a little different too. And that's what happens when people ignore diversity, in my opinion. Where you have foreigners being treated as foreigners. You just say that we have different contexts, so the United States solution is not the French solution. I think we have similar contexts, but the United States solution is not the French solution. It's two solutions to a similar context. I think you're excusing yourself as though you're different because it's a different solution. You can have multiple solutions to similar contexts. So I'm arguing in a sense that it doesn't have to be a different context. I think that's presumptuous. That it's a different context. Not all solutions are to different contexts. You can have multiple solutions to similar contexts. And in this case, you're talking about racism and discrimination. And I think assimilating is a solution. The context is not the same. Well, then your solution is not relatable. Because I actually think the opposite is happening. So while you think you know your context, I know my context too. But I don't think you understand the United States' context then. You're pretty much absorbed in your own way of differentiating. It's kind of humorous, in my opinion. It's poetic that you're offering a solution that deals with ignoring something and then thinking that you understand it. Well, if you choose to ignore something, then you clearly don't know the context. And you're just talking about your country? No, you're not. You set your different context. You can't possibly know if your context is different if you're only talking about your country. That is absolutely arrogantly overreaching. I may tell you that maybe it's different. Maybe it's the same. I thought it was similar. You thought it was different. So clearly you don't know. And you're not only talking about your own country, because the only way you can say something is different is if you know both of them. That's exactly the attitude, in my opinion, that you're talking about in terms of diversity. If you pretend like you don't know it exists, then you can't possibly know, at least in my opinion. So either they're different or they're similar. I kind of thought they were different. Or I kind of thought they were similar, but you're suggesting they're different. And the only way you can suggest they're different and me suggesting they're similar is that you're talking about both the countries. You're not saying there's no diversity in France. I didn't say there wasn't. And I didn't say you said that. I think you're misunderstanding me, and it could be a language barrier. I'm saying France's approach to diversity is not acknowledging that there is. From my perspective. That's not your perspective. I'm not saying French people think that. I'm saying from my perspective, that's what it kind of looks like. And then you say it's a different context. Well, if you're only talking about your own country, you can't possibly know how it's different or similar. You can't compare and contrast. You're just saying that separate people by your color of skin is not the good solution in France. That's fine. I acknowledged that. And then I said that that's interesting because in the United States, it's to acknowledge that there are different people, to acknowledge that there is diversity. The fundamentals of being diversity is not to pretend like those things don't exist or acknowledge that they don't exist. That's a contrasting opinion. No one is saying you're wrong. It's ethnocentric to think that I'm talking about just your country. But you made it about just your country, and then you're pretending like you're only talking about just your country. But we're comparing countries here. That's what diversity is, in my opinion. We're comparing. The United States is different from France in that way because there's diversity. Now, whether their situations are similar or not, historically, there's been periods of similarity about discrimination and racism. Like, I want to be really clear. If you decide not to acknowledge that there are people, color of skin, or color of ethnicity and nationalism, to me, I don't think that's acknowledging that there's diversity. That's reducing awareness of diversity. And that's a conflict of interest. So, to me, when you say that is not the good solution in France, I'll take your word for it. I don't know what's happening in France. I know that if you try to say that in the United States, that would be viewed as discrimination and racism, to pretend like everyone is the same when they're not. Now, nationalistically, you can still be American. Like, what I mean is, that's not the same as saying you're not American. Like, I don't say I'm not American because my parents are Chinese. The difference here is you're raising and celebrating the differences. It's like, it's a good thing to be different, not a bad thing to be different. So that's an interesting take. I'll have to keep that in mind. I'll probably ask some of my like French acquaintances over here to see what they think, since they live in two places. Like, I think, in my opinion, the United States is going through a time where it is very celebrated to be different. And that is kind of in the spirit of being diverse. If you don't want to, if that's too sensitive to talk about, then that's a reflection of your country's opinion on differences. If you want to focus on similarities, that's also great. That breeds nationalism, right? I talk about Americana a lot of times. I like my French fries and hamburgers and my front lawns and my cheap housing, cheap construction housing and all that stuff. That's being part of American. And my parents are Chinese, so I belong to a minority of Asian Americans. And they're still the minority. They represent like 6 or 7%. And of that 6 or 7%, most of them are Chinese. I wonder what it's like. I genuinely do. Maybe I'll visit Paris to see what that's like. What is diversity like? Yeah, in France history, you fight to beat this difference. We want to treat every person the same. That's not the same. Like, we agree. That's the same in the United States. It's the same in the United States. You're gonna say it's different, but that's not true. We fight to treat people the same. That's by not ignoring that they're different. You're talking about weaponizing differences. That's understandable if that's what you're trying to beat. Being different is extra. It forms the core of diversity, in my opinion. So if you treat everyone the same, that's a human right. That's human liberties. It has very little to, in my opinion, it has very little to do with ignoring the differences. You do not want people to forget their culture. I mean, no one does. You're right. I think you're speaking too broadly here. That's in English. I'm not sure how you express in French. Maybe you express it in French differently, but the way you yeah, I think it's a language barrier. I think you're choosing words that aren't what they mean. Because treating people the same is not the same as I don't want people to forget their culture. They both happen at the same time. Like, they're not at odds with each other. When you want to treat people the same, it is not wanting to forget their culture. It can be both. But you constantly make this argument as though when I say acknowledging people the same means that you're not treating people the same. That part is not a language barrier. That's an assumption you're making. When you know that people are different, you don't necessarily treat them differently. You can treat them the same with their equality and liberties while understanding that they are different. I think that might be a language barrier part. Like, that's why I think the French and the US are similar in context. They're trying to do the same things, but the solution is different. Like, the focus, the emphasis is different. I'm not saying you're not doing that. You're not doing all those things. I actually think it's very similar, but the way you're presenting it constantly insists that French doesn't want what US wants and US doesn't want what French wants. So you're constantly arguing it. But as a French Algerian guy, that's what we want in France. And that's very similar in the United States. What you have described in English is very similar in the United States. The thing you keep separating is not the thing that separates the United States and France. The difference that we're talking about is how they're being celebrated versus demonized. You're suggesting that differences lead to bad things, and United States suggests differences create awareness in order to treat each other similarly. So to understand our differences is how we can treat people the same. Like, to offer rights, fairness, liberty is to understand how we are different, as well as how we are the same. No, that's not what I want to say. I'm not saying you are trying to say that. I'm sorry, but if you keep thinking arrogantly about yourself, like, it's almost like talking to a brick wall. You try to keep saying, I'm talking about the French. I'm talking about the United States. Like, the difference here in the United States is what you said is constantly emphasizing that you beat differences. Like, you're unless you're saying something else, you can go right ahead and say you're not trying to say that, and then try to explain it to me. And if it's the same, I'm gonna say it's the same. If it's different, it's gonna be different. But the thing is, the way you're saying it is very similar, and they all can happen at the same time. Like, yeah, you're not French, but you said you're French Algerian guy. I'm so confused. Your parents are 100% French, as far as I know, is what you said. Unless that's different somehow and it just changed. Because as far as I remember, Algerian is not French. unless that's a part of France and you're saying you're a different French person. From Caballo, I don't know what that is. Kabylie? Is that like an area in France? Are you saying they're different culture? Okay. So different culture, right, in France. A different French culture. That's fine. Yeah, and French side in Algeria. Okay, fair enough. So you want to treat people the same, that's fine, by not saying anything about it. Because, like, the first statement you said in English, I don't think it's a communication barrier. You literally say you don't talk about ethnicity or numbers. Is that right? If that is right, that is a major difference. That is a big difference. Unless you're saying no, you do talk about ethnicity and numbers. If you keep saying that's not what you're saying, or that's not what you want to say, then maybe we start there. The first thing you said was the first thing I'm still talking about, which is you don't talk about ethnicity because it's a law. Maybe the law is more specific and you want to explain what you mean by that. Maybe French people talk about ethnicity, but you want to say that French, we don't want to see ethnicity statistics. Okay. And then you said there's a law that prevents ethnicity statistics. So what you said was clear to me. And what I'm saying is that is a restriction that can be both bad and good. It's not just bad. That's where it is forbidden. You're very clear. So what you said was very clear. There's no language barrier. And to be unable to do that is bearing ethnicity. Like, you can avoid doing something, or you can understand it. That's what I'm saying. It's a difference to the similar context. In both, in my opinion, right? Again, I don't know enough about France, so maybe I've gotten France wrong from your exposure, but there's the similar context of addressing the dangers of ethnicities statistics. Like, it is a very concerning thing. Like, it can be weaponized and it can be used against diversity. But it can also be the very thing to help diversity. And that's the part you did not speak about, because it's already determined that it is forbidden to talk about ethnicity statistics. If you avoid those statistics, then you know less and less about ethnicity. That is not a cultural thing or a context thing. That is a human condition thing. If you do not talk about something, then you also don't learn anything about it. Yes, history would make you scared, and so has happened in other countries, not just your own. You understand your point of view, but this statistic in France history was never used positively. It has never been used positively, and it will never be used positively ever again, because you ignore it. Like, what I'm saying is, you can make the same argument in the reverse. So, either or, you'll never know. And that's perfectly your prerogative. That I guess that's the French government's prerogative. I'm not suggesting it can be positive even if they do. That's where we differ. But and then comes the next point. You said the context is different. That's not true. Ethnicity statistics has been that idea has been used very, very negatively historically, not just in France, but everywhere else, where there's a vast minority and a vast majority. Their approaches and solutions are different. So when you said, no, you wouldn't understand, French has a longer history and stuff. No, I disagree. That's where we disagree fundamentally. I actually think the diversity statistics and ethnicity statistics have been a negative thing that happened to various degrees in many countries, not just the United States and France. And what I understand about logic, and not cultures or countries, about human logic, is that if you pretend that it doesn't exist and you pretend to ignore it, it could work. The problem could just go away. It also means that you learn nothing from it either. Like, you can't possibly learn anything from it if you don't do it. And yes, that does also mean that there's no more negativity. Maybe. Like, I'm not sure. Like, I don't know how it's going in France. The interesting thing is I live in the United States and there's a different opinion on that. And that's interesting. How you talk is exactly how I would imagine someone who finds that thing avoiding it. And here we are, right? It's easier, in my opinion, oftentimes to avoid and mitigate than to confront and learn. And that's understandable, because if I had to take a lens outside and look in from the outside, like France looking in on the United States, you would say, yeah, that's why there's so much conflict. You could try to make an argument like, oh yeah, look, they're trying to do it, but it still comes out negatively. Like, I definitely could see that. And one could also say conflict leads to solution. So that might be something that we'll never understand about each other. But generally speaking, maybe I'm a product of the American culture, because in Eastern culture, you typically avoid conflict. So if I were to ask my parents, right, my Chinese parents, they would immediately say, yeah, you write a law to prevent it from ever coming up. That would be the easiest solution. And you want easy solutions, especially for things that could be overtly negative. And yet, my thought is, it's interesting that solutions come from avoiding all of it. So perhaps in the future, we'll see what happens when a situation comes up where you have to solve the problem of that. Like, if it involves that. In France, the most important word is nation. So we try to make all people one nation. Hello there, Tessa. And that's fine. And just so you know, in case you didn't know, that used to be one of the slogans in the United States. Like, I still remember the day when I was maybe 6 or 7 years old. It's called the We Are American campaign. And what they did was they tried to make all the people one nation by showing the diversity in the United States and associating the word American with it. And I still feel that. That's very nationalistic. And I like that feeling when I was younger. Now I like that feeling, as well as knowing as well as acknowledging that those statistics are important. Because in order to get more representation, in order to understand those things in democracy, you have to represent those problems or the reality. Now, you can choose to ignore it and then continue focusing on nationalism. That's perfectly fine. It works for like countries like Japan and China as well. It's very excellent to use nationalism to equalize people's treatments and inclusion. Maybe that will also lead to the appreciation for diversity or not. I'm not entirely convinced. Oh yes, I understand, but I don't think we have. That's exactly the point. You keep stating that you need to state that you have the same opinion, and I keep telling you that we have a different opinion. It's like you need the last word or something. But I can tell you honestly, logically, if you're in school and you're in law school and all that stuff, I'm genuinely very surprised that you would think that pretending to write laws to ignore an observation is something that would radically change people's behavior in how they treat other people. It like pretending like awareness is not important or secondary to the appearance and acknowledgement of diversity. But since you're in law school, maybe perhaps there's something more to it. One nation under God, or whatever it is. Oh, one nation under God. I suppose. Yeah, the United States have gone through what you're describing, in my opinion. I don't exactly think it's completely unanimous. And also, by the way, my opinion about what I'm sharing is not a representation of the United States as a whole, largely because the United States have diversified opinions, so I might only represent a minority. This is interesting talking to you, honestly. Like, I'm going to tell you now, I think what I said, what I shared, is probably still a minority opinion in the United States. Like, if you talk to another person, like the next American you meet, if you make sure perhaps they fit the profile of a nationalistic American, maybe a multiple generation American, they might say different. I happen to be a second generation American, so like my parents are the immigrants, so that might make things a little bit different. I actually think I'm one of many opinions, many opinions, and I think it's reason to believe that the way you're talking about diversity, there are fewer opinions in France than there are in the United States. And that's a good thing, in my opinion, for France, because that means less arguments, less conflict, less negativity. There's a lot of pros. Like, I want to say that it is a very genuinely offered strategy. Japan does the same thing. Like, Japan is a great example of nationalism. So is Chinese. My parents are quite nationalistic. They are traditional Chinese parents, and it's incredibly strong. Now, when it comes to interacting with different countries, then that's where ignoring diversity becomes very startlingly available to witness. Like, for example, if I meet an international Chinese person, I would be American. Like, solely American, just completely American. Actually, my parents usually, like, the way I introduce myself is a reflection of nationalism. When I tell you that 我的父母是中国人，我不是中国人，我是美国人, that is nationalism. Right? So when I talk to another American, you talk about these things. You share these things because it's the thing that makes it's the thing that makes things interesting. When I spend time among Chinese people, right? I'm American, they're Chinese. So we treat each other like that. And that's what you have to accept. And that makes it very clear, by the way, and it makes it easier to communicate. So then there's no conflict of interest. If you talk about ethnicity to French people, they do not take it well. Yeah, that's what I imagine. So you don't. That's how you do it. So when I'm in when I'm in France, I won't talk about ethnicity. Because when I'm in your country, when I'm in France, you must behave appropriately. When you're in Japan, you do the same thing. When you're in China, you do the same thing. And then when you're in the United States, you would do what Americans do, right? So that in that way, we can compare and contrast what it means to be diverse. In the United States, diversity is about talking about it. In France, you don't talk about it. And logically speaking, one is more aware than the other, right? And that's the trade-off we have for balancing positivity and negativity regarding ethnicity. One could be to protect people from the possible racism and discrimination. The other could be learning about it in order to do the same. So in both ways, they lead to trying to treat people the same, right? Two solutions to a similar problem. At least that's how I see it. But again, I live my lens into nationalism are my parents. My parents are I live a life of multiple cultures. One that is nationalistic, and then one that is pro-diversity. And those things are obviously not the same opinions that you would have. You would think nationalism is akin to diversity, and that's fair enough. I didn't grow up in your environment. The environment I grew up in is a culture that treats diversity different from the culture that my parents treat diversity. In France, talking about diversity is understanding wanting to separate the French. That's fair enough. And that's understandable. I guess that's why you want to talk about like somehow the long history is what creates that deterrence. Yep, there's the history thing. Because in all our history, we try to separate by our skin. It's kind of funny that, I mean, it's humorous that you think that that's not gonna happen, continue to happen, like not simply being French. Like what I mean is, I'm not entirely sure if that's a culturally distinctive thing or a human thing, a very human thing. But I'll take your word for it that everything is going well there. I would definitely have to ask someone and talk about it more in depth about how the progress of diversity is in countries with different solutions. I haven't actually considered that. Malaysia is a great country to think about when this, like before and also today, some people say you're black, not French. That's nationalism though. You're Algerian, not French. That's nationalism. To me, that's nationalism. That's nationalism fighting nationalism. Like, I'm not saying in France. Like, I'm not saying in France that's what you guys are doing. I'm talking about from a foreigner perspective. When you say, the way people can say that is by saying that they belong to something and only belong to something, as opposed to appreciating the differences. Like, nationalism leads to that. Like, they cannot understand what we can be both. Yeah, and to me, being nationalistic is what allows people to do that. So we're in an impasse here. Like, you and I, we live in two different worlds on that topic. Like, making the differences a good thing is a way to dispel, to like not make it as a point of negativity. Because if you're proudly French, then it gives you all the reason to say other people aren't French. That's what American history has, at least not French history, but that's what American history has embraced. Where if you say you're something and you're very proudly strong of being something, because in French, your opinion is considered as far right as opinion. That's exactly what a nationalistic person would say. My opinion is not far right, it's moderacy. It's a combination of understanding the left and the right at the same time that will bring solutions. What I'm saying about what you're describing is a far right conflict. I mean, a far left conflict. So if you want to like do like an argument of categorization, nationalism creates categorization. Like you put me in a box immediately. That's racism. You just discriminated against me by saying I'm a far right. That would be considered a far right opinion. That is racism and discrimination. Like, it doesn't have to be literally about race. It could be about ideology and religion. So making that distinction is easy when everyone is nationalistic to one point of view. At least in my opinion. And then I acknowledge that your opinion still exists as a solution. That's moderacy. Like, I'm acknowledging that there are two different solutions to the same problem. But what came out of your mouth is that I'm considered far right. Because you only want to see far right. You never want to see far left either. It's in between. That's why there's an argument. Neither right nor left. I agree that France has a solution to something that seems far left, and I was sharing an opinion about what a far right person would see in the far left. It's a comparison and contrast of two points of view. So when you say you can't talk about something, that is discriminatory. When you say you can only talk about something, that's also discriminatory. When you have both in the same place, then they both coexist. Some people talk about ethnicity, some people don't, in the same place. Sometimes you have to learn how to talk about ethnicity, sometimes you don't have to talk about ethnicity. That is what I'm saying. So if I go to Japan, I don't usually talk about it. If I go to France, I'll remember from your example and your opinion that I won't. You choose to think that in differences, yet you try to treat other people the same. So, but when you say you treat other people the same, you're talking about only French people. It's interesting. But that is also one of the pros and cons about nationalism. Right? Like, how many times do you have a stereotype outside of United States and France from other countries thinking United States and French are ethnocentric? Like, both, like, I'm talking about both now. This is where both the countries have similar optics outside. Like, you know, a Malaysian looking into French and US, both of them are ethnocentric, as in they think that they are always different, but the same together. So like Americans are Americans, French are French, but when they look at other countries are different. Like the United States can't be the same as Japan. United States can't be the same as Chinese. And yet, I'm not speaking for French, and yet, when you ask Americans, they try to treat everybody the same. That's an oxymoron. They mean they try to treat every American the same. So, diversity is only adherent to the country itself. So then when you're in the country, what happens a lot of times is, in my opinion, it can lead to us versus them, because it's easier to view us versus them. And that's what's occurring in the United States right now, at least in my opinion. That's why there's a 50-50 split in the country. Now, I don't know how well it's going over in France, and they have a different solution. It would be interesting to see which country fares better, like, you know, like, so that we can learn from each other, right? Like, various countries have different solutions to this similar human condition. I think it's a human condition where humans share this ability to see differences and similarities. And I'm curious which country will offer a more elegant path forward. At the moment, though, I think I agree with you that French and US are very different in how they tackle the question of the balance between diversity and nationalism. Like, so the contrast, right? The contrast between preserving diversity versus nationalism. And I think there are plenty. By the way, the other person that I've met, they're from Belgium. Very, very similar situation. Belgium is a country that's at a crossroad, like a nice diversity profile. So is Malaysia. In the east. And then, of course, we have actually France comes up a lot, actually. France. And then, of course, the elephant in the room is the United States. And then this balance often is a constant issue. How they approach it is interesting. Of course, I think that you have different opinions when we want the same thing at the end. Yep. That's exactly the point. Yep. We want the same thing, and you're in law, so we're talking about like moralities, ethics, and maybe like lawfulness and order, right? I absolutely agree. It would be interesting to see who's excelling, right? I think I had a conversation with someone else who's they're French Belgian. By coincidence, this is by coincidence. They're on the French side of Belgium, and we had a lot of talk about the appearance of diversity and not. In this way, over time, the conversations we had were kind of synergistic. So Belgium and the United States, at least between me and this person, are more synergistic. They're more understanding, which I will ask him some more stuff in the future. But more synergistic than conflicting. And my opinion about of French people is born out of French people who moved to the United States. And that means that they tend to partake in whatever the United States thing is. So we do talk about where people came from and whatnot. His behavior is interesting. I'll make a note about how the behavior is, because one thing that comes to mind a lot of times is that when you're in a multicultural household, this couple that I know is French Chinese, and it's interesting how they mutually behave separately. So they partake in their things, and sometimes they cross, but usually when they're doing something, it's not a hybrid. Like, it's not a combination of the two. It's usually two separate things. And the fun thing about this is my parents are very similar. They are incredibly nationalistic. And so is this other person, this other side of the family. They are also nationalistic. So whenever you attend like an event or a function, they keep those things separate. Actually, I have a relative that when they have weddings, there's also separation of the sides of the culture. Right? So that's not discriminatory, in my opinion. Like, I don't think this is a bad thing. It's neat. See, like, you're nationalistic, it's good. People can be together, but they also make sure that they're distinct from each other, right? So this stuff happens a lot in multicultural couples. And this is my life most of the time. This is the environment that I live in. Most of my people are multicultural. The same in France. During the wedding, people are separate when you have different cultures. Yeah. And that's, I think, I know you just said sadly. I think that's fine. Like, what I mean by that is it's a great way to make sure that one is still nationalistic while also understanding that they can share the same space. Now, if you're wondering what an American, or what a Asian American, for example, couple, a lot of times you can have hybrid stuff where basically, and this part is very contentious too, because you can argue that hybrid customs means that the separate identities are lost. So this is another like argument in the United States when foreigners, like for example, foreigners look in on the United States, you can see that this is the blending, right? There's a blending of cultures, and that blending means that you lose both. You're neither of the things. And I agree, like, hear me out. Statistics, when I was growing up, statistics worked against me. Like, this happened when I was growing up, like the first 20 years of my life. I'm neither American. I'm neither considered an American nor a Chinese person. So I totally understand when you're talking about, like, this is me trying to grasp what you're trying to describe to me about the French thing. This is what happened when I was younger. Like, I'm neither American nor Chinese, as opposed to I am American and Chinese, right? To a Chinese person, in my opinion, respectfully, to a Chinese person, this would be very offensive. It would be detrimental. It's splitting Chinese people into non-Americans and Americans. So suggesting that Chinese people can be a different type of Chinese is splitting up nationalism. So I understand that. I grew up with this feeling oftentimes. My parents refer to me as an American. They do not refer to me as a Chinese person. It's specifically an American. And the way that works is because I understand what Chinese nationalism is like. If I'm born in the United States and raised under the United States culture, despite my parents being Chinese, I am American. So that's how I introduce myself to foreigners, especially foreigners that might belong to a nationalistic country. I tell them that I am American. It's easier to understand from a nation's perspective that I belong to the nation I'm born and raised in, and not to my ethnicity, right? And then when you're in the United States, what happens is that the ethnicity becomes the talking topic to define what American is, or at least like 50% of the United States. It's like a split down the middle. 50% of the United States-ish would say that the whole point of being American is that we are different. Like that's the secret sauce of the United States. Yeah, but I understand what you mean by the French thing. Like, this is my way of saying I understand. Or at least I'm trying to. Yeah, of course, I think the same in France during the wedding. Okay, hold up. Pros and cons. You say the same thing, then same thing, then your Algerian grandpa. Yeah, you lose out Algerian culture by mixing. Exactly. And that's happened. I'm the product soon. Like, I will be the product that, depending on who I marry, right? Depending on who I end up arranging, if I do, I'm actually not with anyone, right? I'm single, but if I choose to mix cultures with someone, my parents has come to accept that I'm already mixed culture. Like, so inherently I will find someone who is of mixed culture more attractive or compatible. So then that also means that my grandfather said the same thing, by the way. My grandfather lived in China, and he often, when he visits, he would say these things like, oh, hey, yeah, like, hopefully you would consider going back to your culture and whatnot, as opposed to like where you're raised. But he often generally remind me that I'm American, right? And that's kind of the pros and cons of things. Yeah, so you understand the difficulty having to, your Algerian family doesn't consider you as a Algerian. I see. Yeah, that's all I mean. Like, it's a tough situation. Yeah, more as a French. Yeah, that's a tough situation. I don't want to make it sound like I can't possibly understand. So your parents will agree if you marry a non-Chinese girl? We wouldn't. I can't answer that actually right now. Right now, they don't imagine it happening. I guess that's the better way to say it. They would prefer, and here's something else. Like, I want to be very clear. It's not that they will be upset. It's, if you're asking what they desire, they would probably prefer a girl, for example, that is of the origins of a very specific region of China. That's national. That's what I mean by nationalism. So we're not talking about just any Chinese person. Not any Chinese. It's even more specific than that. And especially one that inherited the, especially one that understands the pilgrimage, the immigration process. Now, when you're asking want, right? They will still agree to things. So, because they also see me as an American now. So, in a way, I would say yes. They, to your answer, they would likely agree. It's probably not what they prefer. They wouldn't prefer that, but they would agree with it. Largely because I don't think my parents see me as someone who is of, quote unquote, a culture, a singular culture. Because your parents are very, very open to this. Like, they want to, in a certain way, interesting. Erase, interesting. So your parents So your parents and your grandparents are of different minds. May I ask what do you? I know this is getting a little. Let's be a little discreet about this, right? Let's be a little discreet. For me, if I had to say anything, my life. I don't know how you're like managing all these pros and cons and conflict of interest, because I think we come from multicultural backgrounds in a time where nationalism can be really big. My life, what I think of is a blessing. So in order for my life to make sense, like being multicultural and whatnot, what I have learned, and it might not be what everyone else likes about it, is that I can be more than one thing at once, or I am okay with knowing that I have to choose one. So that's kind of how I cope with things, or like however you want to say it. What I think is it's a blessing to have extra things. And that's how I went through life. Like, it's a blessing to know, to be connected to the Chinese culture without having to live in China. And it's also a blessing to live in the country that I live in, because that also means I get to know and understand what it's like to be an American while living in the United States. And these things are extra. They're always good. And that's how I overcome my differences. And that's probably where our opinion kind of separates right now, just for now. Like, I think the idea that there are different things in the world is good. They're all good. Because we are all human. And that's why I do not have a problem talking about statistics. But also know that there are times when you can't talk about statistics. So in a way, if I wanted to say something, the idea of masks and like having different codes, like cultural codes, like code swapping, I see this as a benefit, not a curse, so to speak. And I can tell you now, I don't think many of the people in my situation, at least the opinions I get, many of the people that I know who have similar backgrounds or different, like combination backgrounds, they usually decide which side. The reality is they decide which is better. And then they choose that side. And then the rest is history. I didn't ended up choosing a side yet, or maybe ever. I'll probably live the rest of my life knowing that some days I can talk about my cultural backgrounds, and some days I can't. Where I am, I will always be paying attention to this, right? Like, where am I? Who am I talking to? What am I doing right now? I will do this for the rest of my life. And in my opinion, I built myself to do that. So if I have to never talk about why I'm different while visiting France, I'll definitely do that. And I'll still enjoy it. It will be not a negative experience. It will be a positive experience. Because I get to do that. I get to be someone who knows more things, but I don't have to share it. And then when I'm in the United States, that's a different thing as a mixed person. But I'm not mixed. Oh, but you are. Or are you saying you're mixed? But I'm not a mixed person. That's where the art is different. Unless you're talking about my opinions are mixed. No. My entire family is Chinese. I grew up in the United States. My entire family is Chinese. Yeah, there's no one before me that is not Chinese. I want to build a different future, but oh no, I was not 50%. I grew up in the United States. Yeah, I was born in the United States. I was born in the United States, and that makes me American. To my parents. To my parents, that makes me American. Because I didn't grow up in China. You might as well consider me 50% to my parents' perspective, because you have to grow up in the country in order to get the other 50%. You see what I mean? Like, you have to be culturally Chinese too. You can be born Chinese. This is nationalism. This is what nationalism is about. You can be culturally Chinese, and you can be born Chinese. I'm only born Chinese. I'm not culturally Chinese. So my parents would see me as a mix. I would be a mix to someone who's nationalistic. Right? And that's fine. Like, I understand that. And I can talk about it this way. And then, you know, when I'm saying 50% and you're saying 50%, that's what ethnicity statistics are. That's ethnicity statistics. So we don't talk about this, basically. Like, you don't refer to this. This is what happens when you create this. And that's the nationalistic perspective of not talking about it. You try not to talk about this because it creates confusion and conflict. So you don't talk about like 50% this, 25% that, and then like the population is only 5% this and 10% that. That's what I think you're trying to tell me about France. France has taken this perspective, and I agree it can work. You know, pros and cons, right? Pros and cons. It can work. The reason why I'm smiling right now, the reason why I understand this and smiling right now and still can disagree with you and agree with you is that I think this helped me understand. Without this, I would not be able to understand my parents' point of view. I would be discriminatory towards my parents' point of view. I would reject my parents' nationalism. I would be more likely to reject nationalism. And then I would be someone who's trapped between two worlds. I would be someone who is not seen as American, and at the same time not seen as Chinese. And that would be the life that I would live. So it's one of those things like, I guess I'll just do both. When people don't think I'm American, then I guess I'll be Chinese. If people say I'm not Chinese, then I guess I'll be American. And that's how I came to terms with what, like, I don't want to give up, like, I don't want to give up my Chinese, like, my parents' Chinese heritage. Like, I like to learn Chinese. Like, I don't want to only learn English. Like, I do want if I have children or family, I do want them to learn Chinese too. It's awesome. Do you know what my parents told me? Don't try not to waste your time learning Chinese. You're in the United States now. You should learn English. So that's what I did. And then I couldn't read Mandarin anymore. Like, where I never actually learned how to read Mandarin. So, and you can, to a nationalistic point of view, this is disgusting. Like, it would be, like, what I mean is, not disgusting in a way that they would be mean to you, so to speak. They would see you as a lesser version. So, I'm an American who had Chinese parents, and I think that learning Chinese is cheap because I never grew up in China. Like, why would you want to learn Chinese? It doesn't make you any more Chinese. It makes you an American learning Chinese. And I'm like, that's okay. Then I will be an American who also likes to speak Chinese. You know? 我是美国人，不是中国人 right? 但是我可以说中文 right? Or 普通话，我可以说普通话。That's pretty much like the really tough subject. Thank you for sticking it out though. So you think you have a national point of view? Yeah, I think. Thank you for sticking it out. It's kind of interesting. Did you ended up choosing then? Did you want to embrace a specific side? I don't think it's a bad or a good thing. I simply want to understand what are the pros and cons or the things that you're going through. I think in my life, I've always been around like multicultural people. Like most of the time I'm around multicultural people, and most of them ended up choosing. They ended up choosing a side so that they can belong to it. So like they have no interest in, for example, many of the people that I know, they have no interest in learning another language, for example. It is what it is situation. And whenever they try to look at traditionalism, for example, there's quite a lot of them. What they do is they reject traditionalism of their culture, their cultural traditionalism, and they embrace their birth culture, whatever their birth culture is. That's, I'm gonna say like 70% because it's very convenient. And then the other 30% are the people that maybe I would say I'm part of, where they spend their time juggling the two. Or three. I don't think I've met someone who's three. However, most of the people that I've met are two. They're stuck between two. And I think this, oftentimes, these people are quite happy. They're like fine. These people, I think it's a mix. Some are sad. Like some are very sad and often regretful a little bit. But I know a little bit more about these people because I feel like the people who hang out with me the most are belonging to this smaller group. In this group, those people they could find me like I don't care situations where like why are you learning Mandarin? That's such a waste of time. You live in the United States now. You might as well just keep learning English. It's like, but isn't it fun to learn a different language? For example, you're interested about Algerian culture, but you can't say that you adopt this culture. Yeah. And you know, that's the reality of the thing too. Like I can't adopt Chinese culture because I don't live in China. So, but my parents often look at me weird when I'm interested in their culture. Like I'm interested in the Chinese culture because my parents are Chinese, and that's the part that I like. Like I want to be closer to my parents. But oftentimes, even my grandfather, right? Even my grandfather, they still love me. I'm not saying they don't love me. This is not the like. I'm very lucky that my parents didn't reject me because of, I don't know, not being Chinese enough, for example. But my grandfather and grandparent, they often say like, the best thing to do is to be good at being me, right? And what they really mean is being successful as an American. And that is love. That's the pragmatic love that I got from having a Chinese heritage, because I'm in the US now. I'm in the United States. So if being Chinese or trying to be Chinese can hurt your chances of being a good American, then don't bother. And my thought is, but I wouldn't be happy to not know why my parents are Chinese. Like I would be detached from my parents if I like am not interested in my own culture and stuff, right? And that's where I feel foreigners, this may or may not include you, right? Because you're in a multicultural. When I mean foreigners, I mean monocultural foreigners. And again, like a country can have both, a mix of both. It's like a number line, how mono you are, and then how much you're juggling, right? And they belong on a number line. And what happens is, when I think about foreigners that look out, whenever I say I'm learning Chinese, for example, what for monocultural things, they could see this as, look at him, he's fake. It's the same thing as like whenever they comment on like Chinese, Americanized Chinese food. And that's the discussions I talk about all the time. In fact, this happened 3 days ago. This happened 3 days ago, and it's a common thing, and it's not supposed to be offensive, but someone who is trying really hard to connect with their heritage could find this offensive. I don't think I find it offensive because I know where they're coming from. And that's the idea that when my parents, we were at a bank and we were talking about stuff, and then the lady was like, oh yeah, my father used to run a restaurant, and that's how we got into our financial situation, you know, how my parents earned money when they first moved to the country. And she would say like, oh yeah, you know, I have a daughter who's like visiting China, and she was talking about this stuff. It's like, oh, it's not like the fake Chinese food that is here, like, you know, she was talking about these things. And my first thought is, my parents run one of those fake Chinese food restaurants. Like my obviously, but what do my parents do and what do I do? We pretend that it doesn't exist. Like that misunderstanding, the conversation, you don't mention it, and that's how you do it. Like in nationalistic perspective, you don't go out and say, oh well, you know, they're not really fake Chinese food, it's actually Chinese people making food for American people. Like that's the difference. That would be what, in my opinion, an American would say. But in that situation, the most polite thing to do is laugh, smile, and, you know, like we understand what they are referring to as fake Americans, or like fake American Chinese food, where it's not about whether the food was made by Chinese people with love and care, because they still take like pride in making food that sells well to their customers who are around, it's not about that authenticity. Like, if they don't believe that my parents make Chinese food at home, you know, when Chinese people are eating, right, then that's fine. And that's kind of everyday lifestyle. Like, when I am around Chinese people, I behave like I'm American. And you might be thinking, oh, but then you're just pretending. It's like, I'm not pretending. I'm American. And if so, the Chinese people ask, what do I know? What do I know about Chinese culture? If they so ask, which they typically don't, actually, they typically do not ask me if I know anything about Chinese. They would assume I'm American. I keep on being American. That to me is how you say face. It's a face culture. I have to understand that I do not go out of my way to embarrass people in public by their presumptions. It's natural for them to assume that if I live in the United States, it doesn't even matter what I look like. I'm not Chinese. And then when I'm around American people, which usually that also means non-Asian Americans. When I'm around non-Asian Americans, I tell them about what I know about Chinese, like Chinese culture. Because when they're non-Asian American, they are actually more likely to assume that I know something about being Chinese. Which then I go and say, well, my parents are Chinese. And I'll tell you what my parents have taught me. So then I do the opposite, which is I try to slightly take the American perspective and then describe what I know from my Chinese heritage. And that's what I do every single day. Like, not non-stop. This is the stuff. And occasionally a multicultural person, which is I think you and I at this point, meets another multicultural person. And then we have lots and lots of opinions. Like, we talk about lots and lots of opinions. And it'll be like we'll have the same feelings, but we'll have different opinions. Like, that's hands down. That's exactly what happens I would say nearly 99% of the time. If immediately we have differing opinions and we talk about a lot of differing opinions, but we kind of try to keep talking about the same feelings, like we have the same issues, right? Yeah, we have the same issues, but we came from lots and lots of opinions. That's when two multicultural people end up talking to each other. And it takes a really long time, right? Unfortunately, in France, you have an assimilation culture. Yeah, the government wants you to assimilate French culture, not to mix. Yeah, exactly. And that used to be, in my opinion, that's the United States. I know this is generalizing, and you have to take this with a grain of salt. The United States is 50-50 right now. You know, when you mention right versus left, like when we were talking briefly about right versus left, right now it's kind of that this is the perpetual state of the United States. So some days I would be in an assimilation crowd. So this is like the melting pot, right? The melting pot club. And then some days we'll be on the other side, which is the salad bowl. The salad bowl club. And I do it at, like, when I go out, when I'm talking, I have to figure out which crowd I'm in. Like, and I like to do this. I think it's part not everyone agrees with me, obviously, and multicultural people, they all have different solutions. For myself, I do this first all the time. I try to figure out what crowd I'm in. I do that, and then maybe if they are curious, they can ask whether whether there's other things. And usually I'm the one who gives a different perspective on something, because the others, the other times, I don't think they have to. It makes their life happier. I genuinely believe when you don't have to think about these things constantly, it makes other people happier. That doesn't mean it makes me happier. Like, I like thinking about what are other solutions. I like looking at other people's countries. Like, I like reading about France, Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, and what's going on with the things that either they don't mention or they do mention. The things they don't mention, you need to understand other countries in order to see it, right? Like, if you say that your country never does something, you have to go and look at another country in order to understand what that never does, what would happen. So that's why it's awesome to be online, by the way. I think the internet is awesome, for better or for worse. There are a lot of things. We know how internet hyperpolarize things, right? For better or for worse, the one thing about the internet is you see it. And that's fair enough with me. In France, you do not have a moderate opinion. Okay, the French political landscape shows this. Ah, okay. I have a here, like, I don't know if are you familiar with this phrase? The moderacy, yeah, up till recently. Well, let's talk about like the moderate party for a moment. Most people would say that you have Democrats, and Republicans. Now, in terms of political theory, when you see this number line, the vast majority of the US presidents were actually in between. They just happened to choose a side. So like, they lean, but the vast majority of politicians lean one side or the other side. They don't necessarily, they're not over here. So the majority party is technically this. That's why that's why the House of Representatives and whatnot and senators the House is always like nearly split down the middle. And usually, depending on the years and stuff, it would lean left, or it would lean right or lean left. The presidential candidate, like the actual commander-in-chief, they tend to land somewhere in the middle, but they lean left or right. Historically, like we're saying, the majority of presidents. Now, however, in this day and age is not quite the same anymore, so I don't know what it's like. For myself, I still am right in the middle-ish. And it's not great. If you're in the middle, you are technically the minority, because that means if you behave if you're in a right party, you behave in contrast to on the left. And then when you're in the left party, then you're treated contrast to the right? And that's how it pays most of my comments. Like when someone tells me, oh yeah, this language sucks, right? This language sucks. And I'm like, wait a minute, but we could look at it at how good it is. That type of thing. And that's my, like, I am this person. This person, a moderacy tends to be argumentative. And what happens being argumentative is that they're bad at decision making a lot of times, right? Wishy-washy, right? You keep changing sides, you keep flipping sides, right? There's a lot of flipping sides And I totally understand this. So I don't do that. Do I use WhatsApp? No, I don't. Hello there, Popslow. No, I don't use WhatsApp. I did use it a bit ago before when talking to international people. The French politicians have a sharp opinion. This is not common to take both sides. Oh, okay. Instead of the United States, yeah. Yeah, but you understand what I mean, right? Like, the US president historically has chosen a combination of policies. Like, some of their policies are right, lean. Some of it leans left. Until recently. Like, I'm not talking about just, you know, the recent president. But most of them, what they do is they constantly lean left, lean right. Their platforms are mixed. So, I haven't ever been in a country, like, I didn't live in any other country yet. I haven't lived in a country where, like, for example, Japan, for the longest time, one super dominant. I was talking about Japanese politics with another person recently. One super dominant group. Like, Japan is one super. That's why the far left and the far right grow up. Yeah, exactly. What the thing that you were talking about? Yeah. So for me, it's kind of tough. Do I have email? I do have email. Why are you asking me that, Pops? But why are you asking me I have email? So I totally get it. I think, hear me out. If I wanted to really tell you why in my opinion that nationalism is kind of convenient, is that then everyone's the same. You know? People don't argue because there's nothing to argue about. Like, within the country, everyone's the same. People do not argue. Everyone's on the same page. That's the like, it's nice. It's nice being on the same page. My parents certainly are always on the same page about Americans, I can tell you that. It's like one of those things. I don't know. I'm shocked you have no WhatsApp. I mean, I don't use WhatsApp. You can always message me on Discord or something. So I was wondering if you were on any form of messaging platform. Yeah, I use Discord most of the time. Oh, there he is. That's we maybe hide the truth. Yeah. And that's, hear me out. One of the strongest things about nationalism is overcoming things by not acknowledging them. Now, in order for me to say something, I'm going to say this very carefully to not make it like it's the only thing that works. When you overcome something, you can also overcome things that are so painful by not acknowledging that they exist. It is very possible. It is very possible. So that's something that one has to understand when you're in different company. For myself, right? Like, I'm gonna give you a counter example. I lean to choose to understand the problem by confronting it from time to time, depending on my company, right? By confronting it. So then when we confront it, we can use it as a positive thing. Lean means what? Like, if we're gonna say left and right, you have to make a decision one of these days. If you're down the middle, you have to decide on a decision. Like, for example, left and right, yes and no. Right and wrong. Right? So if you're in the middle, you have to lean. You have to lean in one direction in order to agree. So for me, sometimes it's between conflict and ignore. And I think that's where we started. That's where our conversation started. Which is which way we lean. Thank you for sharing. I have a lot of things to talk about with the French, like with especially the Belgian person. His username is Gecko. I would ask I gotta ask him about this. Like what is Belgium's perspective on this? I think Churn might have a slight different he's kind of not focused on these things, so yeah. Anyways, thank you for sharing. Up. I have to keep that in mind, obviously. I have to keep that in mind up about France. I had no idea that was kind of their solution. By the way, hear me out, up. That's what Churn said, though. Churn said about Malaysia as well. Churn said it in a way that he was talking about visas. Like Malaysia is one of the so is France, actually, now that I think about it, as one of the highest, like I forgot what they call it, like visa availability and whatnot. And one of the he mentioned that in the context of, oh, that's because they're trying to be as welcoming as possible by avoiding these things that you're talking about. Oh, interesting. Football. I'm guessing this is about football. Possibly. Are you guys talking? Actually, I don't actually know that person, but is there any chance it's either it's a sports related thing? I don't actually know. No, I don't. It's football? Yeah, okay. I figured you guys are talking about football. I'm very lucky. Huh. Let me look up what this person is. Oh, French soccer player. I'm not surprised. I seen the person before. Not that I put a name to the face. Yeah, I'm usually track and field. He's Algerian also. Oh, that explains that checks out. Yeah, I'm usually in track and field. Like I follow track and field more often. Like Kipchoge, right? McLaughlin. Her. Things like that. I'm trying to think of more names, but you know, the post Bolt era of running, the post Usain Bolt era.
Then
I'll let you guys continue. I kind of enjoy seeing people talk about football. Not that I have an attachment to it, but I kind of think people who are interested in football are quite passionate about football. And by football, I'm obviously referring to soccer. Do you know some French rhetoricians or French philosophers? The answer is probably yes, but I don't remember their name. Like, what I mean is, if you mention a French philosopher, there's a chance I might know, but I wouldn't say I would pull French philosophers out of my butt. Let me see if I recognize any of these names. French philosopher, let's look. The answer is almost immediately no, because I don't recognize any of these names. Can you tell me a quote or a philosophical form of thinking that came from a French philosopher that I may know that is a commonplace use of philosophy? I don't have a philosophy background, by the way. Oh, Victor Hugo. Yes. What does Victor Hugo look like on a portrait? Victor Hugo is not on this list. I just typed philosopher French and there's about like 30 philosophers and I must have missed Victor Hugo. What? Oh, no, wait. There's another Victor. Why is Victor Hugo not in this list? Interesting. Yeah, I see someone, I say like, Rene Descartes. Rene Descartes I recognize. The very top one, 1596 to 1650. Rene is one. But yeah, I don't see a Victor here. That's weird. Huh. Oh, no, wait. No. That, again, that's another Victor. Voltaire? I'm not sure if I'm familiar with any of... Like, that name doesn't come up. Yeah, Descartes. Descartes is number one. For sure. Like, if there's anyone that I know that I've heard and been familiar with is Descartes. Interesting. French philosopher. Are you into philosophy? Up. Alright, let's finish this first as well. Pi. Oh, no, it's not Pi. People talking. Why was that incorrect?
Chang,
A little bit with law, you study philosophy and economics. I see. Oh, you study philosophy and economics with law. Interesting. I have no philosophy background. However, I know a lot of pop philosophy, and there is a chance, or like what I mean is like pop exposure to philosophy. So they might end up coincidentally sounding like something, and if it reminds you of a French philosopher or some other philosopher when you were studying, it's a pure coincidence. I did not study philosophy, so most of those things are pure coincidences. Feel free to make up, like not make up, but mention something, or like, oh, this person, that's one of the theorems or axioms for this philosopher, because as far as philosophers go, I barely know like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, like even really early things. They like Confucian stuff and whatnot, they happen to be whatever is pragmatic. And philosophy was something that was not mandatory, or even like I haven't even crossed paths with philosophy. And football. And then you mentioned CS. Maybe I will mention it in the future. Let's see. Finger and Here and crossbeam.
Hang.
Shouldering something. Shoulder. Maybe like airy.
Xie.
Yeah, machine. Hmm. Oh, 冰池. That would be Japanese. Okay.
野生。
这是野生草莓，
扛枪。
士兵每天都要扛枪训练。
Okay. What? Oh, that's kind of rough. Oh, that's not placenta, it's a fetus. Pretty sure this is Bing Chu.
秉持。
我们必须秉持公义。
秉持公义. Grasp or hold of. Maybe like support, maybe. Grasp, aid, hold on to, uphold. We're just gonna use hold. Uphold is okay. Maybe like hold on to. But this is pie. No, it's mie. No. M. Heck. Why do I think it's probably wait. Like he's working at night, right? At the tofu thing. Blood vessels. My.
脉。压。
Oops. Girl's fine. Pretty sure that's Gong. And then what happened there? Hmm.
宫廷。
这部电影是宫廷剧，
I didn't really change anything.
悬挂。
灯笼悬挂在门口。
All right. 2? I'll take 2. right. A nightmare that is the secondary characters. Okay. You look fine. Yeah. You look fine too. Lol. You're not associated with any character. Let's do our mnemonics. You're not associated with anything either. Cool. Are you associated with anything? No. Kind of, actually. I kind of see the Jiang in this. Jiang. How about you? Not really. Sure. No, not close enough. All of these are unrelated. Yeah. Hoang. What the hell? Oh, this one's kind of bad. Might have to change it. Yeah. Yeah, not yeah. Yeah. Good. That's related. Oh no, wait. Yes, that's related. This is not. Wrong. Okay. Xuan.清什么？清晰。I can't read you. You are too many. Nope, can't read you. Too many. That's mortar and cleats. Mortar, cleats, spray. Tao. Torrent. 不觉 yeah, 滔不绝 分泌 that's great. Okay. 定心丸. Oh, vertical. Thank you for this incredible. You have to go. You'll be next time stream. No pressure. Up. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sharing. I could have sworn I've seen your name before. Maybe there's a coincidence in the username. But yeah, I appreciate it. I know from our discussion. That it is quite unique. So that's lovely to have a unique discussion that is not filled with memes and hyperpolarized zeros and ones, right? Always appreciate it. Good luck with everything. I actually didn't get an opportunity to ask you about your law university. I'm quite intrigued at if you compare and contrast other forms of law. I don't really know anything, but maybe next time. Yeah, next time. I'll come up with some questions. Good luck, good luck. Chuqing. 助力。这里 No, 这phần药丸泌尿血 All right. Xena, bathroom, barn. Xena, bathroom, barn. Oh, inept at cleaning, right? So she pull out her sword, try to sweep her their sword, causing sparks, backing away, lighting things on fire. Legolas in the basement of the bakery, using his dexterous hands to make a wonderful cake. Wait, how does that work? For the Empress? For the Elf Empress, I don't actually know what low means. It's not daytime, is it? Oh no, to put, oh no. I don't know about that. Might need to change that up. Yeah, definitely need to change that up. You know, I'm not really sure what the stroke order. I'll have to look. I almost feel like they want to pull through here. Like that. So, and then with his dexterous hands, hold, like hug, I guess. Wrap your arms around it, take a hold, and take it upstairs. The Elf Empress. This one's gonna be tough. And Harry Potter, who's in front of the English Manor, getting hit in the mouth, by a flying lid. A snarking kid, right? A snarking armless kid casting spells at Harry Potter. They cast a spell back trying to seal his mouth, I guess. Pretty alright. The mnemonic. Now Quasimodo, who's in the basement, who went down to the basement of a person's house, hearing the voice of a woman. Maybe rushing down to following the voice of a woman who's bound to a folding stool, right? Hearing with his ear. And eventually, long story short, ended up getting married. Okay. James Bond made his way to the basement of a pawn shop on top of a towering mountain. To get a spare axe and a car for his next mission. Sherlock in the bathroom of the bakery. Oh yeah, he's sneaking. Not Sherlock. Oh, that's a mistake. Not Xiao. Yao. It's James Bond. I think. James Bond snuck into the bathroom of the bakery during the day, boldly during the day, and found the secret brush in the ground, in the floor panel. And why is that? Oh, it's daytime. Oh my gosh, daytime. That's gonna be a rough one. Then we have Koopa. Koopa is in front of the chapel. Koopa's in front of the chapel. This one's kind of stinky. But maybe they found under a tree a wooden box. A holy wooden box with a picture, like a frame of a holy scepter, which they pitch into their shell. Maybe Bowser would like it. I don't like that. Not bad, Kevin. Yoshi in the electricity plant. This one's not that great. Here's a bunch of rumbling, right? Rumbling, a lot of annoying rumbling from the generators. He came upon a mound of trees. They're coconut trees, or coconut wood, and coconuts. And in order to pacify his annoyance, I guess he's just munching on some coconuts. It was something about coconuts being used to cover his ears. No one's okay. Chucky in the basement of the... Chucky is in the basement of infirmary. Sounds kind of weird. Dressed up in a barrister wig. During the daytime. Trying to hunt for the next victim. But some bugs got in the way and he clumsily gave away his position. Not this time. We have George Costanza, who's in front of the chapel. George Costanza in front of the chapel. Up to his superstitions. He got caught up in the superstitions, so he's found wearing a barrister wig and a wooden stake with some I don't know, special alternative remedies made from a mortar. Not great. Alright, Jun. How do we make Jun... How do we make Jun better? Fungus. How do we fungus this? And then we have Xie. Xie in the... I think I got stuck on the fence. I think the fence is the part that got stuck. Machinery. Okay. This isn't too bad. Alright, let's go add something to Jen. Let's make it about his mouth. Oh, it is his mouth though. Oh, that's not great though. Maybe Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the infirmary being treated. Oh, but it could be in the room. It's taking... washing up from treatment from a fungal infection from eating the flowers of a grain stalk in his mouth. He was pleasantly surprised by the advancements in medicine. I guess we're taking them out of place out of time. Simple treatment. That's okay. Not that bad. Shit, for machinery. This is also contraption. What is that? Gen? Gen. Or is this Sai? Or is it Kai? Oh, it's Kai. Does that help me? No. Oh, this is where she builds stuff. How did you come up with that drawing idea? What drawing idea? You drew... Oh, you're talking about the picture of flowers? Or Jennifer? Well, Jennifer, you made a lot of side profile things. Like, you had a character sheet, right? So, long story short... I actually wanted to draw a background, but I didn't draw a background yet. I could still use the same thing to draw a background, but you had a character sheet. Right. And a lot of your character sheets had like front, side, and back. But oftentimes I draw at 45. Right, like that way. So, and then most of the time the expression that you have lots of expressions on your character sheet for her, but most of the expression is like the moody expression, the this expression. So the thing that I do a lot oftentimes is dealing with light sources. So I was going to draw a carnival in the back, by the way. I was going to draw a Ferris wheel in the back and like a stand, and then like kind of create some lighting. Or I was going to draw like the cat that you have. What was cat? Luna? Wait, what was the cat's name? Was it Luna? I was going to draw the cat in the back somewhere. Yeah, Luna. I was going to draw Luna back there trying to sneak up on her or something. Maybe something like that. Or have like, what's her sister's name? Have her like sneak up. The reason why I drew the sparkler is because sparkling, usually people are smiling when they are holding a sparkler, right? It's a timed because it's really bright. Heather. Yeah, Heather. So I was going to draw Heather like on the kneeling down. Heather's not this small, but kneeling down with like one of the other sparklers, and she's like super smiley, but you know, Jennifer is like not Jennifer is not amused. That's usually my typical composition. I usually have things that are cheery when things are like sad or like frustrating. So I typically have a composition where, yeah, that was the idea actually. The idea was that it was actually, I wasn't going to draw Heather. I was going to draw the red panda, which I don't have a name for. I was going to draw the red panda excited and running around in the background. Like Heather was going to be down here. Jennifer was going to be standing here. And then in the background is the red panda running around, and fireworks are going off in the back because he screwed up. So the red panda was going to be running around, and then fireworks are going off and he's like panicking. And then Jennifer would be here smiling, and then Jennifer would be here frowning, and then Heather would be just smiling, being innocent, while the red panda's in the background where every chaos is happening, just lots of fireworks. So that's kind of what I was going to do. And in the foreground, it was going to be very dark. It was going to be only one source, so they would be attached to whatever the light source is, which are the sparklers. And in the back would be incredibly like bright but separated by distance. And then I would put like a few strokes here and there to separate the background. I often, whenever something's very dark locally, the background is then really bright to create a silhouette. So then I could actually make most of Jennifer and most of Heather pretty dark. Like 70% of their sphere, they're represented by spheres, by the way, would be completely obscured. And then you just have the single bright light. And that's kind of the way to compose it. So most of the time, I imagine my compositions as spheres. So Jennifer's sphere, Heather's sphere. This is a single light source radiating out here. And then there's a single light source radiating out here. And then the rest is completely really colorful background to put their silhouettes into it. Most of the time, what I would do is the background would be something like a really bright sky. So like I could draw like a buildings, or maybe mountains, trees, and a giant moon, right? To create the silhouette around the characters. And then we would put some waves here. So then they would be at the beach, but overlooking some maybe buildings or mountains and a giant moon. But that would take me a really long time. I mean, I could still use the same prompt and just fill it out. Like the beginning of a drawing is that drawing can be part of a bigger drawing. So usually, since I don't have time to continue on one thing, what I typically do is I draw a composition, and then this becomes one thing. But then I open it up and draw a second composition. And then I would do that. And then I would layer in the back another composition, right? Then you take that and you put it in a larger composition with a bigger background. That's kind of how I would separate the things. So I don't work on one thing at a time. I can work on one big thing, but I break it up into small things. That was the first one. Don't worry, I still have till January 26th. How old are you going to be in January 26th, actually? I like drawing compositions where there are like multiple storylines going in. If I had time, right? Like what I mean is, if I make the time, most of my compositions will tell 2 or 3 stories at the same time in the same picture. I like the idea that you're making a character, contrasting characters. Oh, well, you're welcome. I'm glad I could make you happy momentarily. Those ones are pretty good to go. Like I think I was done with most of it in like 30 minutes. So I've gotten pretty good at that. And then I started adding more until I ran out of time. Yeah. That was kind of the point. Yeah. You mentioned you were under the weather, so I figure this is a pretty good time. Alright, so I need to add machinery to this. Is that why I know? Oh, boards with electricity powered machinery. That might be where this one is in the bathroom at electricity plant, right? Maybe just commission to construct some stalls. So you took some wooden fencing, boards with maybe and try to use the electric equipment available, but couldn't understand it. So instead, pulled out a halberd and her sword to do the cutting and construction. It did it because you're actually putting time on you, not like others trying to sell your stuff and leave. And you did it because I'm actually putting time on you, not like others trying to sell your stuff and leave. I don't think I think that stuff is, hear me out. I understand what you mean. However, I don't think that's the thing that will sell ultimately. The thing that will ultimately sell is your story attached to the work. So like my description of why I drew that could be something I would share, but the artwork itself might be like people can reproduce that, obviously. I don't like, even if I try to sell that, for example, I mean that would be pretty weak in my opinion, even from an integrity, like not just from an integrity standpoint, but there wouldn't be much to sell there. Like, what am I gonna do? Sell the story of how you created the thing? I could try to sell that. I think that would be worth more than the thing I spent making, right? Like, for example, if I could take that and sell the inspiration of that, then it would be worth something. As in, like, it would be a win-win for the person who inspired it and for myself. No, I know what you mean though. Yeah, no, you mean like people who don't put time on you and just sell you their product? Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And that's reinforcing what I mentioned about the artwork, which, by the way, that story I told you, diving deeper, a lot of them are in fact automated, or people who are spoofing as target people. I don't know if you're aware of that, but pretty much 10 out of 10 times, like, it's not a coincidence, it's intentional. 10 out of 10 times they are people who go by the pronoun she and her, and males get female artists. So hear me out. I know you saw that profile and you saw some art by that, but it could be a makeshift storefront to sell what you were suggesting. They were trying to sell AI art or masquerade as someone else to sell that art and then never give you your commission. Like, there are going to be people who ask you for money up front, and they either give you someone else's art or sell someone else's art, or they never fulfill your commission. So keep that in mind. I'm not trying to be cynical. That's why I was giving you a story that was slightly more believable. Like, what I mean is, I still am curious. Hear me out. I'm still curious if there's a person behind it. So the reason why what I was doing and why I was describing it is because I'm curious if I can get that person to talk. Like, I actually don't mind buying something if that actual person could have at least put in some effort into selling it to me. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not here to give up on people just because they're grifting. Like, I don't care if they, like, to me, I'm not here about grift. You shared your drawing on your story. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you don't. I hope someone doesn't find. I hope someone doesn't say like, "Oh, but I could draw that." It's like, but that's the story. The story is that. I actually think you know, like when I see flowers, I kind of see you, right? You're kind of moody on the outside, but you're really bright on the inside. That kind of feeling a lot of times, you know, from the day to day. Flowers remind me of the quintessential Gen Z situation. So I really like that portrayal. So whenever I was drawing that, the reason why I was drawing her holding a sparkler and being unamused, that's how I see Gen Zs. Like what I mean is, that's what I see a lot, literally see a lot. Kids that are not amazed at the beautiful things in life. It's kind of like the Japanese culture. One of the things that when I was talking to someone who was from France earlier, at least I think I was, and when we were conversing, the things that are interesting to kids are no longer the things that they see that are interesting to the culture and the people that they think they resonate with. Like one of them is like Japanese culture quite a lot. This is Chinese here, but in Japanese culture, where when someone says, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go to Japan, move to Japan for X, Y, and Z," and my first thought is, I think we're missing a little bit of lost in translation here in culture. A lot of the beauty that don't find interesting, like the sparklers, appreciation for life, the momentary things, the things we have, are no longer interesting to them. And one of the characteristics of some of the stuff that kids like is to overlook what the story behind them. They often see what they want to see. So when you see a sparkler, do you see just flashing lights? Or do you see a story behind it? And for me, the thing I see in a sparkler, I did this before. I don't know if I showed you this picture before, but you can also see it in I didn't want to draw this again, like an allusion to this, but back in 2022, hold up, let me show you. Back in 2022, I drew this. This was day 8, and the prompt was match. It took me about an hour and a half. And the prompt is match. And this is what I see in youth a lot. So that sparkler was a riff on this idea. Sparklers don't stay lit forever. They eventually go out. But the thing is, I was going to try to frame it in a bigger thing. So while the sparkler could go out later, there's also things around them that are so amazing. So her standing alone is not quite the entire picture, but if you can imagine where she could be standing with that sparkler, then you will see the bigger picture, right? You are not alone in the way that you're burning, right? And sometimes you're gonna burn out. The thing is, do you want to see the whole world burning around you, or do you want to see other things? And oftentimes when you're drawing like isolated pictures like this, it leaves people to imagine the rest. Like for example, this is an incomplete picture. It looks like it's telling one story, but if I told you what the rest of it looks like, is that this, when you zoom out, there's an even bigger picture. This is a picture with another picture with another thing reflected in it. And that thing is burning brightly. So the idea is that perspective is really, really gnarly sometimes. You can be looking at yourself and feeling a certain way, but the reality could be depicted very differently. Like you could feel like this, or you could see like this, right? And I like those type of juxtaposition. So oftentimes when I see flowers being upset, I would deliberately juxtapose it to something that looks warm and hopeful. Something didn't land very well. Something didn't land very well on my execution, I should have made the sparkler a little warmer. Like, I kind of made it blue because I was rifting off of your color palette. Like, I was doing like blue and black, but I could have went like orange and red and then made the sparkler a bit red and warmer and then added some pink in her like face and stuff. So that would make her upset, but the colors would be warmer, because right now most of the time when I'm seeing your compositions, they don't have red or brown, like brown to orange or red. They tend to be blue and blue to white, so it's very cool feeling. It's a little mellow, but if I had to capture my like style, it tends to be like really warm. A lot of the lighting and stuff is inherently very warm. The subjects and stuff could be very cold, but most of the scenes are quite warm, despite it being upset. So that's kind of... And then I cheated a little bit because I did like some noisy background just to give it a bit of contrast before I fill it in. It was kind of a nice exercise. I liked it. I didn't realize how quickly ideas come to light these days. So anyways, the more studies you do, the more likely I might riff off of them, you know? You know, Danny? That's an incentive. I was thinking of drawing a Heather. Curious how we would contrast Heather's thing. It's probably like Heather. If I had to draw a contrast for Heather, it would be something like Heather on the ground. She would be like lying on the ground and she would be crying because she might have slipped on something, and then what you call it, the mother figure, right? The mother figure would be on her way to help Heather. That would have been Heather's first thing. Yeah, Heather would be like a little... She wouldn't be like crying out loud. It would be more like she's holding in her tears. It would look like she's holding in her tears as the mother figure is approaching her. That would be kind of like what Heather's personality would be. Like, she obviously screwed up because she's very enthusiastic as a kid, but she held it in because she's also brave. Right? She holds up a brave face. And that would be something that I would project into Heather. And then the mother would obviously be panicking, but also look like she knows what she's doing, despite the slight panic. Right? That would be the narrative that I would paint for these characters. Now, I'm not saying that those are exactly what the characters are going to be, but generally speaking, I often feel like kids are incredibly brave and sturdy, and they're resilient, and they show strong face. I like kids that... I see kids as facing a lot of adversity with a strong face. And when their parents are around, they show that they have a strong face, but they are also goofballs, so they can mess up. But they will still rise to the occasion to be very strong. And then parents, they do panic inside. They panic all the time inside. They're kind of sad, but on the outer appearance, they are often shown as in control, despite being panicky. So it would be like I would draw the mother kind of slightly disheveled, but her face would be determined, kind of thing. So you can get the clothing and the situation to tell a different story than what the character is portraying. So while Heather is holding her tears in, it's obvious. I would put a few items somewhere. It's obvious that she screwed up. Like, maybe she tried to get on a skateboard or something like that. And then obviously the parent would be like maybe her jacket is like half off or something, like she's barely, but her hand is quickly and sternly on the first aid box or something like that. That's kind of what I like to do. I like drawing contrast, comparison and contrast, so that characters are more dynamic. Instead of like a mischievous character. I'm not saying your characters need to be this way, but like the prompt has to be rich with double meanings or triple meanings. An animation doesn't have to be that way. Like a single frame of an animation does not have to carry all of that. A piece of artwork, I like for it to be captured in many ways. Like when you see Heather with a skateboard nearby and she's holding her leg, what do you see? Oftentimes I ask myself, can I see it in 3 or 4 different ways? And I would leave that deliberately into the portrait so that so it's hard to tell what my intent was. But the idea is it's all of it. So that's how I would portray my art for other people. Like if I were to take your art, I would communicate it differently, but at the same time hopefully capture whatever it is that is the centerpiece. And obviously Jennifer is moody a lot of times, so putting a bunch of things that I think are very heartwarming around it would tell a story about how her moodiness is in contrast to my artwork. My artwork tends to be regret, like however sad or scary it is, it has some sort of feeling that most things are going to be okay. I rarely ever draw something where it's like, oh man, I can only be angry at this. Usually I exchange anger for sorrow, and then I exchange sadness oftentimes for hope, and pity for sympathy. And so most of my artwork deals with like sorrow, hope, sympathy, like redemption. And oftentimes my artwork can be seen as there's a place to be anger, sadness, and pity. But generally speaking, if you can see all of these things, then mission accomplished. It also takes a very long time. I don't know how long people take to compose their piece. I know that when you were talking to Mika that one day where people talk about concepts, right? I start with a concept and it just keeps going as it's being built. So oftentimes it's like you don't, the artwork is never finished. Like, so I can't even imagine being someone like you where if you're setting yourself on a deadline to complete an artwork, it's a tall task, and hopefully you find your vision and your drive to do that. I think for me, it would be like, I don't want to sell my lack of investment, but I think it's far easier for me to elaborate on a complex canvas when I understand the person that much. Like what I mean is, I would not be surprised if I can paint a lot of things that could resonate with you, because we've already talked a lot about each other. And that's how I paint, like that's how I paint art and talk to people. The first thing I do is try to learn as much as I can about that person. Now the thing is, would I be able to create something that is coherent and resonating? I haven't published anything like this, like a creative work, in my entire life. So you can see that it can be very difficult. But for me, I think fan art is great to get to know someone else. Like, there are a lot of ideas. You pretty much provided tons of ideas for me, which is the great thing about being a fan art. I think what you're going to have to do is going to be beyond that fan art, and that is, I'm looking forward to seeing what that is. I'm not entirely sure if I've ever had in. I told you this in the DMs, right? In the DMs in the Discord, that I haven't ever took ownership of, this is where you have something I don't have. I've never took ownership of something that I've written. What I typically do is I rarely ever say I'm the originator. And I think that's something that you will have uniquely that's yours. Like, what I mean is, that is a perspective that I don't empathize with this feeling. That's something that I can learn maybe from you, from other people, especially people who are younger, who have like a worldview that's very different. I live in a world that is maybe a little too big for me, where my ideas can be seen as a mix of all the ideas I know. So I was talking to this French person earlier, and we were talking about perspectives on like ethnicity and diversity between United States and France. The thing is, this person spoke as though they understand so much about their French heritage. But when I was explaining a US perspective that kind of contrasts with the French heritage, I was expressing an idea that contrasted, but they might not have been my opinions. They weren't my opinions. They're usually a smaller picture of a larger whole. So when I was talking about my artwork, how does this relate to the artwork? Most of the time, whenever I speak to someone or talk to someone, I don't talk as though there's an end. I rarely ever give you the impression that there's an end. There's a, we should rest and the journey can start tomorrow again. We can take this tomorrow and tomorrow. Where the journey ends is when I no longer draw a breath. So there's rarely ever a time where I felt like I've ever completed something. Now you might be thinking, possibly, well, that's kind of grim. My personality is built around the idea that we do what we can in the present day and are happy with what we do. So thinking that the things we do are happy means that you kind of don't want it to end. And that is a different mindset. Some people can only be happy when there is an end to something. Like you finish a project, you finish this thing. In a essence, they kind of need these W's. And for myself, every day is a W. If we had to use that, like my day ended with me doing something, and that's good enough. Or when a project finishes, it doesn't, like in contrast, when a project finishes, it doesn't end there. That project is going to influence the next project and the next project. When you tell me something, I am technically borrowing your ideas. That is how I guarantee that I will understand you. So like, instead of wielding your, like, instead of saying that I heard your idea and I'm rejecting it, when you tell me something about yourself, it's got to be part of the idea. So that's where things are very different from people like who have their own identities. Like this person that I was talking to, they have a very exact idea. They have a very exact idea of France, or like the French perspective. And I get that. And it's also an example of how people take pride in their whatever they resonate with. Like you taking pride in your work, flowers. If I started a show, like if I started making a cartoon, right? It would be very difficult to finish because every time I share it and someone has an idea, my idea will derail. It will like go somewhere else. It will keep going somewhere else. So the question is, would I ever be able to do what you're able to do? It's kind of a tough question. I am able to at least give you a bit here and there, so that it doesn't become like a lifelong pursuit of trying to take everyone's ideas. My artwork, I can identify all the parts of who inspired the artwork. So that's a combination of maybe 10 or so studies put together. And my workflow and all that is inspired by most people. The stuff I'm telling you this very moment is a collection of all the ideas that I paid attention to. I don't ever find it very comfortable in saying I own an idea, largely because humanity is built on legacy. And I'm not saying you have to feel this way. The thing that makes me ever grateful to interact with people, even today where I had a very like aggressive conversation with a French person, it was great. And that person reciprocated, which was fantastic. I'm not sure we're going to talk more, but that's what we're here for. And now I'm very curious, so I need to learn more about the French thing in the evening. Hello there, Chern. Thank you for sharing. Every time you share, you know, I know I sometimes just click on the thumbs up, but generally speaking, I remember a lot of things. And the only way I can remember them is by using the information. So if you're sketching something, I'm sketching something in my head too. When you draw something, I'm also drawing something in my head. Now, whether I choose to put that on a piece of paper and share it with people, only time will tell. And when the opportunity presents itself. Right. I don't play all my cards right away, so to speak. I like this analogy a lot of times. Here's my, I don't know if you call it wisdom or not. Most of the time, the internet is filled with hustle. So oftentimes, I let them do it. And listen. Right? Listen and learn. And if they're ever curious what my cards are, what am I holding, only then will I show it. And there is a really big con to this. What happens if those people don't ever care? That's a lost opportunity. However, I don't ever skip the opportunity of listening and learning. So whether you guys want anything from me or learn what I'm like, hear what I'm learning, I share it here, right, on stream. This is probably the most voluntary I'll get. But generally speaking, if you're interacting with me, I'm already thinking about a lot of things that I could look for. So I'm not kidding when I said I know it makes, like, I don't know if this makes Chern uncomfortable, but it does make other people like Mika and stuff uncomfortable, or like Tessa, like uncomfortable. Actually, Tessa was here too, now that I think about it. And I don't remember what Tessa. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, I saw Tessa momentarily. The idea is I passed along those I pass along that knowledge. Like anytime a adult, like a not adult, a family cartoon comes up, we're gonna talk about whatever I know about family cartoons, and the most recent one is probably your cartoon you're making, and that's how I keep remembering the details that are important to my life, right? And one of the ways to constantly remember someone is to exist in their sphere. If you do not express anything, it is very much assumed that that person will forget you. And the one thing that you're not banking on, like you hope you don't bank on, is that that person, for whatever reason, finds you very, very memorable without you having to do anything. I think that is not the world we live in today. So making yourself known consistently and expressing less of a hustle quality, but more of a consistent quality, can leave an impression that is very palpable. And for myself, there is one quote unquote, if there's a life hack to remembering details, is to use it in any way possible. You give me one detail, I'll give you 10 ways to use that detail in a different perspective. If you think you're depressed, I'll give you 10 things that to turn your depression into something else. Right? That's how you can tell someone that you are listening, but you are also willing to play one of your cards. Right? Sometimes I like to think arrogantly, a little bit. This is going to be a little humble brag, I suppose. My humble brag a lot of times is if someone feels like they only have one card to play, and you play that card, I will try to exchange that one card for a handful of cards. For a hand, I guess. For a hand of cards. And that's what teachers are supposed to do anyways, or support systems and like friends and family. If you're running out of cards, other people can produce cards as well from that one. Like, I'm more than happy to gain a card that I don't have and give you all the cards that I've collected. Do you think your parents would like flowers? My parents don't watch animation. They actually don't even watch television shows for pleasure. But if I had to think about it, it would be very difficult to say because I haven't. Well, my mother would. She watches cartoons. Like, okay, I don't know what cartoon she watches, but she watches. My father makes like fun of her, but she watches something on 2X, and it's kind of like a Shin-chan. Are you familiar with Shin-chan? Or actually, a better example would be it's kind of like The Simpsons, but it's Chinese. And oftentimes they just talk about like food. Oh, this food is good. Oh, this food is nice. Oh, like it, and it's on 2X. So I would imagine my mother would watch this. My father doesn't really watch. I don't even know what he watches most of the time. They sometimes watch like C-dramas and like things of more like sadness, depression, loss, grief stuff. But I'm not entirely sure what they would think of adult cartoon. I think my mother does watch, not adult cartoon, sorry, family cartoon. I keep saying adult cartoon. Family friendly cartoon. I don't know why she watched it though. What it strikes me is that cartoon sounds like it's a language learning thing. Like a family cartoon. It sounds like a family cartoon where they just simply talk about things very simply. So it could be anything, but like I go up, so they're always awake when I go up to run. And when I go up to run and I'm lacing up my shoes, I would hear the cartoon. And the cartoon would be like, "Oh wow, this porridge is really tasty." It's like, do you like porridge? It's like, no, I don't think so. It's not quite savory enough for me. That type of thing in really, really fast speed. And my first thought is, yeah, probably. If they like Isa Salinas, I'm sure they would. So, I mean, they're very. I don't often see them watching like stories of their adversity and their differences and whatnot. They often watch like news, politics, and old things. And I do that too. Honestly, if you ask me, do I watch cartoons? 9 out of 10 times I would not be watching a cartoon unless someone else is. So like, for example, I mentioned this earlier, drama turned me on to the show Midnight Diner. Actually, Churn, you might like Midnight Diner. Midnight Diner is as a brief summary, I think it's 2008 is when the first Midnight Diner is. It's a Japanese series. I'm saying this for Churn. I'm not sure if Churn has heard of this, but it's a fictional. I'm pretty sure it's fictional. It's a fictional portrayal of a Midnight Diner. His name, he's just referred to as Sensei or Master, and actually they might actually say Master. Anyways, the person doesn't have a name, but what it is he's like a tavern keeper, and they do vignettes. Every episode does a vignette on the slice of life of the Japanese. It's a vignette of Japanese culture. Like, to give you an advertisement, the last 2 episodes I watched, the one episode was about how time passes by and the unlikely pairing of aging with youth. So one of the characters was experiencing the early signs of dementia, but his serendipitous nature of remembering things that were important to him, like a student he knew back then, led to a chance encounter at this diner, and it led to reconciliation of a bully or a grievance between 2 characters and that older teacher who was suffering from dementia. One of the students was jealous of the other one, but she ended up becoming his caretaker when he was struggling with this. So that's kind of an example. The second episode was about a guy who writes a horoscope, and he ended up serendipitously eating at this diner, meeting a person that constitutively, like compulsively reads his horoscope to determine decisions she make in life. And this horoscope writer became infatuated with her. So then he continued to use that horoscope writing to try to get her to realize that someone loves her. But that didn't work out the way he planned. So this is like kind of the stuff that I usually watch. And it can be family oriented. Generally speaking, I love watching humans, like stories that are written where humans are humans, the human condition stuff. Like the first one was a famous upcoming game developer who, when he released a documentary about himself, it was revealed that he's an orphan, and by sheer coincidence, that orphan, the game developer, visited this diner, and his mother saw the documentary to visit the diner too, the mother that abandoned him. And it has a very touching way of bringing them back together. So these good things happen. Sometimes things are unresolved. Sometimes things are the best they can be despite the circumstances. That's the type of stuff that I typically watch most of the time. And It's really refreshing every once in a while to watch stuff that's directed towards like hopefulness and whatnot. And I think family cartoons are great for that. I watch Pixar films, Disney films, right? Those things are what animation does really well, and a great form of escapism, if I have to say. So right now, I don't know if you're aware of the dominance that is the Japanese animation style, but recently I was watching this essay about how like the market for consumers, or like readers, for example, not animation specific, but for readers, it's like 60% of the market is anime, it's manga, and like 5% of it is comic books. Now the question is, I'm kind of curious, how does westernized cartoons compare, right, like in the industry, compared to anime or donghua or just manhwa and like all that other stuff. And kind of interesting to see how this all fits. I've been reading up on animation and essays on animation because we talk about it a lot, and then my phone just throws this stuff at me. Anyways, I thought I'd share. That's something that I hadn't talked about yet. Anyways, I wanted to end today fairly early because tomorrow we have early days. We're kind of shifting to an early spot. It looks like it also opens windows up to conversing with people from the European area. Today was kind of somewhat contentious. I feel like it's a very controversial topic. It's related to you too, Danny, about seeing diversity or ignoring diversity. And you and I, right, Danny, we grew up in the United States, and there is a very significant difference in some of the population, and you grew up as a conflict of that, where do you ignore the problem by pretending the problem doesn't exist and you get people to assimilate to it, or do you see that they are different and offer different opportunities to them in order for them to appreciate the similarities? And both of those perspectives exist in the United States right now, quite disagreeably, like debating and contrasting and whatnot. However, the French person that I met today, they presented themselves with I singular perspective, and that perspective highlighted the very nature of, I don't know if you like, I think you're at work right now still, actually. So if you're hearing this, the idea is what was represented east of Salinas was the exact opposite of what this French person was suggesting would be what on a nationalistic level would be the solution to these things, these inequalities of minority. So like East Salinas represents improving the awareness of the immigration problems, immigrants, opportunities and stuff. That's kind of the narrative that's represented by what other foreigners might consider as a right-wing approach, like a liberal approach, where you raise awareness, create the dialogue so that a solution can be created in compromise. A much more lean on the left-hand conservative way is the idea of folding it in by avoiding the conflict. And that's, well, if immigrants weren't, like, if they had the choice, they would behave in line. So creating regulation and order so that everyone is treated equally and subsequently fairly, despite them possibly having different environments and backgrounds, that would be the safe way to approach it. So I know you might not be hearing this, but your East of Salinas represents an awareness piece that demonstrates that it wasn't the same to begin with. The opportunities weren't flat across the board because the starting position wasn't the same in the first place. So realizing and becoming aware of what is already the reality, becoming ignorant and ignoring that reality, you can certainly correct it, because those people would fall off. They would then be gone. And that's definitely one way to go about it. So I kind of nonchalantly ended up talking about the purpose of a documentary like East of Salinas versus like an approach where you're saying, well, you know, it sucks to be them, but technically they didn't choose to assimilate and do what everyone else does, so it's not our problem. Because when people are suffering, if they're not behaving the way that everyone expects them to behave, then they're on their own. And there is no way of turning such things into something functional. And it often leads to more conflict. And that's kind of the dialogue that this person and I had. And in the long run, the way I went about it was a little bit more argumentative than synergistic. I wanted to present a separate perspective, while at the same time know that no one's evil. People want, at least in my opinion, I think for the vast majority of people, they want to treat other people the same due to a code of ethics and morality and goodness, at least what I believe, the goodness in their heart. However, their solutions are far more complex, and it can be rigid, it can be unfeeling, it can be very feeling. The idea is there's room for a lot of different types of solution, and that's tied to the idea of being in a multicultural background. It is far more simplified if one was not. And then oftentimes the easiest way to say things is like, well, I'm going to ignore that we're different, but I'm still going to treat you different. That's kind of how I feel about an all or none approach, where it's only different when it's convenient, and that's why racism and discrimination is rooted in that type of argument. Like, if you don't belong with us, then you're not one of us. As opposed to, we all belong to all, and hopefully we can find a solution for that too. It's not the same. And it's also related to what Churn said. So I don't know if Churn finds any of this stuff interesting, but most of the stuff that I talked about with that French person and myself, Up, I think I'm just going to call them Up. Churn mentioned something very similar in Malaysia about diversity, embracing diversity, but at the adherence of not mentioning the diversity, because that creates differences, and differences may lead to splinters in identity. And the United States is, in my opinion, kind of a mixed bag in both directions. You can have easily an even bag between those who choose to be stoic about it through the eyes of nationalism and assimilation, nationalistic assimilation, or through the eyes of expressive, like, idea exchange, which ultimately will instigate more conflicts as well, because that's how you get to solutions. You get to you address the conflicts through awareness. It's interesting. I think it was one of the most thing that kind of got me a little aggressive in a way was, I don't think I have ever been like suddenly been called someone who's like extreme anything before. And when someone just comes out and tells me like, oh yeah, that's exactly what the extreme right would think. I haven't really ever been in that position. And I feel it's almost so way off the mark that it really does make me think about who I was talking to. So maybe we'll have more insights into that. But it was a French, I guess, French/Algerian person. It's interesting. This stuff is very controversial, so take most things with a grain of salt. I've made as many disclaimers or concessions as I am able to. I am not a representative of the majority most of the time, and usually I'm expressing opinions that exist, not necessarily my own personal opinions. And the idea is to draw comparisons and contrasts. I think one of the things that really fail, despite people being in professional careers and degrees and stuff, is that when you say things are similar or different, there are points of comparison and contrast. In order to say you're only speaking for a specific group, where is that comparison and contrast coming from? So sometimes I forget that you can also still compare yourself to your own colleagues, like within a country. In this case, I kind of misunderstood because the comparison between the US and France is a permanent comparison between foreigners to each other. And speaking from a comparison standpoint for yourself, for a country, I kind of missed the point of where the point of comparison was, because inevitably then we pivoted to the idea that in the United States you can also compare and contrast within the country, which admittedly that's kind of the American stereotype right now, the portrayal of internal strife and conflict, which that was one of the main points of empathy with this French person, because they are attempting to minimize the strife within their country by appealing to a more nationalistic and assimilation-prone solution. And my first thought is it would be quite interesting to see if that were ever to take hold in the United States. There was a time, in my opinion, that was one of the majority opinions. Nowadays, it's a conflict between at least two or three perspectives. One, compromise and understanding through awareness, which is a lean to the right, and then adherence, assimilation, and national pride and conservation of traditionalism, a lean to the left, right? I don't actually even know if it's left or right, like which way it is. And then also the French right and left might be different from the US right and left, so it's really difficult. I know this is kind of like defeating my credibility as someone who may know sides, but usually I don't orient them in a particular side, because most of the time there's like 4 or 5 different sides to things, so you kind of lose your orientation. I feel like sometimes left is associated with something that's sinister, and then right is something that's related to righteousness. So I rarely ever use like left, right classifications, but today we kind of use quite a lot of classifications, and I wanted to paint a pros and cons appearance of the classification. There are pros and cons to things because it's part of the human condition, and multiculturalism has its fair share of pros and cons. Not a competition to be convoluted and obtuse, but perhaps that was what the conversation we had today. Anyways, I wanted to wrap that up here as we're ending our session. We talked about multiculturalism here, at least in my opinion, to be as realistically grounded and balanced as possible. I usually play the role of the counterbalance most of the time, and that may make it sound like I'm one-dimensional, and then makes me an easy target of one-dimensionality. So it would take the next couple hours to reveal that, in fact, I can empathize with more than one side most of the time. And that's kind of what makes humans, at least I believe, humans wonderful. They are able to comprehend and appreciate and empathize to more than one side. I'm not suggesting that everyone should do that. It does also increase internal strife within so much as outside. So until then, another wonderful day of a deep discussion. I wasn't prepared necessarily for this. It's been a while since I talked strongly about racism and discrimination, or like the ever-presence. So until then, that's the end of our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Give HanziHero a try and let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap. Come on by, we'll talk. I will try my best not to sound too argument. The idea is, if you stay long enough, oftentimes things are more alike than they appear, and they are more different than they appear. And I love having that discussion. It might be opposite of what like Malaysia is doing and French is doing, but I like to think that even then there are ways that expression and communication is, I'm biased, expression and communication is the goated aspect of human ability to problem solve. Pretending or ignoring that things exist, or being stoic, and overcome many positive things. It also means that you tend to have less and less experience with it. That is not an opinion. That is a fact. When you choose not to do something and actively choose not to engage in it, humans do not form intuition or abstractions or improvements in that department, for better or for worse, because where you can solve problems, you can also weaponize them. So pros and cons on one end, pros and cons on the other end. So you're more than welcome to come on by, yap, share your anecdotes, and we'll have a bit of a chat about the pros and cons of everything. And I could learn a lot more from that discussion, as well as hopefully we can mutually exchange ideas. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.